Nous allons maintenant chanter l'hymne national, qui sera entonné par l'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Oh Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix, ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Déclaration des...
Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Bécancour, Nicolet, Sorel. Mr. Speaker, allow me to say that it's a great honor for me to call you Mr. Speaker here in this chamber today. It's a title that suits you perfectly. I've seen many faces go through this place, but it's always been a pleasure to recognize yours over the 21 years that you dedicated to the citizens of Ottawa-Vanier. They were able to count on you when the survival of the Montfort Hospital was threatened, and you were still there a decade later when it was expanded rather than closed. They were able to count on you to defend the rights of francophones, both at home and throughout Canada. And here you are here again today at the heart of the battle to make Ottawa officially bilingual. On behalf of the members of the Bloc Québécois, I salute your indefatigable commitment to your constituents, to francophones everywhere, and to the noble democratic values that this House should never lose sight of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian industry is paramount to our Canadian steel industry is paramount to our ability to grow the economy. It directly employs over 20,000 Canadians, and a further 100,000 Canadians have jobs indirectly because of steel. The steel industry supplies essential materials to a variety of important sectors, including the automotive, manufacturing, mining, construction, and energy sectors, and it encourages innovation. That said, Mr. Speaker, Canada's steel industry faces a number of challenges. In my riding, SR Steel, Algoma, and Tenaris Algoma Tubes are in crisis. They have seen substantial layoffs over the past few years, and if the situation does not improve, this could continue. Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm working with this government, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development, and many others to elevate the conversation on steel. This government will not leave the Canadian steel industry behind. Mr. Speaker, it's an extreme honor to raise this important issue before you on this day. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Flamborough, Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Flamborough Chamber of Commerce announced the winners of their 2016 Outstanding Business Achievement Awards. These top businesses will be recognized April 1st, and I can tell you they're not fooling. The Flamborough Chamber is a very active organization in our community and is truly a model for supporting the small and medium-sized enterprises that are the backbone of the Canadian economy. While every winner is outstanding in their own right, there will be two special awards given out this year that I would like to highlight. First, the Lifetime Achievement Award will go to Jim Wilkinson of Wilkinson Heavy Precast. Jim is a past president of Flamborough Chamber, and his business has been an innovative local manufacturer for over 60 years. Second, the Town of Flamborough Award goes to Pat McNally for 40 years of service with the Rotary Club of Waterdown. But what's truly amazing is that Pat is 101 years old, an incredible lifetime community of service record. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the members of this House, I extend thanks and congratulations to the Flamborough Chamber and the thriving businesses within the Flamborough community.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, I want to mark a moment in the history of the City of Lorraine, that is the election last Sunday of a woman mayor for the first time. I congratulate Ms. Lindion. I also note that 2 men and 2 women are currently the mayors of the 4 cities in my riding, which is another first in Thérèse de Blainville. This is an event worthy of mention. This male-female parity during the same week where we are celebrating International Women's Day. This egalitarian representation shows that even though there's still work to be done, there is progress happening naturally without this being surprising to anyone. I'm proud to relate this to the House because in 2016, that is a reality that we want to see happen throughout the country and worldwide. Let us be leaders as you are, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député d'Algoma.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
I rise to pay tribute to a remarkable young woman from Hilton Township on St. Joe's Island, Mackenzie Hume, who was shortlisted for Samara's Everyday Political Citizen Contest. Mackenzie is proof that age doesn't matter, and this 16-year-old Central Algoma secondary school student has earned every one of her accolades with a string of impressive accomplishments. In the 7th grade, at the age of 12, Mackenzie spent 3 weeks at Queen's Park in the Ontario Legislative Page Program. She followed that up by participating in the inaugural year for Ontario's Model Parliament and will be joining us here at Parliament next year as a participant in the Forum for Young Canadians program. Mackenzie is also one of 2 student trustees in the Algoma District School Board. On top of all of this, she still finds the time to volunteer both in her communities and at political events. As her nominator and friend Matthew Manser says, this young lady of just 16 years old is magnificent, an assessment that I concur with wholeheartedly. Congratulations to Mackenzie et félicitations à vous, Monsieur le Président.
And congratulations to you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, last Saturday night in beautiful Whistler, British Columbia, 750 people gathered in awe of the opening of the O'Dane Art Museum, an architecturally stunning building by renowned Canadian architects John and Patricia Patkow. The O'Dane Art Museum is the vision, creation, and gift to Canada of Michael O'Dane and Yoshiko Karasawa. Their collection of Pacific Northwest First Nations art is unparalleled and offers an exceptional insight into the creative and culturally sophisticated minds of the Coast Salish, Gitxsan, Haida, Haisla, Heiltsuk, Kwakwaka'wakw, Nishka, Nch'Almeth, Tlingit, and Chim-Cham artists of the past, as well as the genius of today's contemporary artists, both Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal. The museum was established for the purpose of bringing the art and life of British Columbia from the earliest times to today for all. Yet another very good reason to visit Whistler. Canadians will be surprised, moved, and you're all invited.
The honourable member for Chilliwack, HoC.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to celebrate the life of a remarkable British Columbian, Raleigh Fox. For 36 years, Raleigh was the behind-the-scenes believer in the mission his son Terry Fox set out on with his Marathon of Hope to raise money for cancer research. In recent years, he took a more public role with the Terry Fox Foundation, visiting local runs across the country and personally signing over 14,000 thank you letters every year. Millions of people around the world will mourn the loss of a man whose never-ceasing optimism inspired his son to set out on a journey that would bring hope to those facing the darkest chapter of their lives. Raleigh will be remembered by those who knew him best for enriching their lives with laughter and for his courage and grace as he faced his life's last challenge. Terry, Betty, and now Raleigh Fox fought the good fight, finished the race, and kept the faith. Let us vow today to pick up the torch they have carried so well for so long.
The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, throughout Canada's history, Parliament has strategically invested in a pan-Canadian transportation system that united this country and grew our economy. In the 1870s, a railway from coast to coast. In the 1940s, a network of airports. By the 1960s, the St. Lawrence Seaway was moving global cargo abroad, thereby completing multimodal networks throughout our nation. With the tabling of the Transportation Act review, the stage is set for economically strategic, sustainable federal infrastructure investments. This Parliament is now in a position to establish a national transportation strategy to drive the next generation of transportation infrastructure investments that will strengthen our multimodal networks and grow our nation's economy. To quote David Emerson, a recurring theme in the report is the inseparable relationship between Canada's international trade performance and the quality of the transportation and logistics systems across this nation.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the Minister of Natural Resources spoke at the Prospectors and Developers Convention. Mining contributes $57 billion to our GDP, but it's struggling in a long downturn. He acknowledged uncertainty is bad for the business, but the government's transitional regulatory approach creates instability, deters investment, and causes job losses. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister was minutes away naming 2 pandas and didn't stop in to the largest mining meeting in the world. I guess the PM figured pandas don't ask tough questions or need real answers. Tomorrow he's rubbing elbows at the Centre for American Progress that calls Canadian energy dirty business. LNG projects are at risk. There's no deal on softwood lumber. Now, we know making priorities is hard, and maybe they're just not ready yet, but it's a bad pattern. Canadians will start to have some joy when the Liberals give them hope that they have a real plan for the hundreds of thousands of workers whose jobs are on the line in our world-leading natural resources sector.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, today it's a great honor to take the floor.
Will be held as the names of close to 800 people who have died on city streets is read aloud and projected onto the side of a church that is just literally a heartbeat away from Toronto City Hall. Reviewing the names on the list is a painful and a tragic loss that we all have to recognize. Too many of these names are on other lists that are just as shameful. The list of missing and murdered Indigenous women, the list of residential school survivors, the list of close to 97,000 households in Toronto that are waiting for affordable housing. None of these are lists that any person should be on. Housing can no longer be seen as a problem that needs to be solved. Housing is the solution to so many of the challenges we face in this country. As the names are read aloud tonight in Toronto, let us stand here united as a parliament and as a country to make sure that these lists stop growing. Let us do it by building safe, affordable, and most importantly, supportive housing in Canada.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the Portuguese community in my downtown riding of Davenport. They are the largest ethnic group, representing approximately 30% of my riding.
Alive and well in Davenport. Last month, I had the honour of attending anniversary celebrations of 2 community organizations that exist to celebrate the distinct traditions in the Portuguese provinces of Beras and Alentejo. On February 13, Casa das Beras hosted their 16th anniversary of their club, and on February 20th, Casa de Alentejo celebrated their 30th anniversary. My congratulations and deep gratitude goes out to the leadership of these clubs, particularly Presidents Bernardino Nascimento and Carlos Souza. These 2 ethnic clubs, along with Casa de Madeira, Casa dos Azores, Peniche, and Arsenal de Minho, have done tremendous work in Davenport, celebrating and promoting the cultural and social activities of the Portuguese community.
Their efforts ensure the Portuguese traditions are passed down to the next generations. This is one of Canada's greatest success stories.
The honourable member for Kitchener South, Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for the first time. I want to thank my constituents in the new riding of Kitchener South Hespeler for placing the trust in me. Service to my constituency will always be my first priority. I also rise today to recognize the significant contributions of Toyota Motor Manufacturing Canada to my constituency and the region. This year, Toyota will celebrate 30 years in my riding. Toyota employs 8,000 people in Cambridge and nearby Woodstock. Within the next couple of months, Toyota Canada will have produced 7 million vehicles. The multiplier effect in the auto parts industry and local businesses is enormous. Toyota is a responsible corporate citizen, participates in the community, and supports worthy local causes. For my riding of Kitchener South Hespeler, I cannot stress enough the importance of the automobile industry and Toyota in particular. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, if the Liberals want to make a fundamental change to our voting system, the process must not be dominated by one political party's interest. A committee comprised of a select number of MPs is not and never will be a substitute for all Canadians having their voices heard. The Liberals have no legitimate case to claim that their House of Commons majority, delivered through a system that they claim is no longer valid, gives them a mandate to change our voting system. As the Member of Parliament for Haldimand Norfolk, I will continue to stand up against this unilateral stance taken by the Liberal Party to deny Canadians a referendum on how they elect their MPs. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that when you change the basic rules of democracy, everyone has to have a say. Otherwise, it's no longer democracy.
Here, here. Right on.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate and thank before this House the citizens of Châteauguay-Lacolle, notably Jean-François Lavallée, founder of the Refugee Welcoming Committee of Greater Châteauguay, and Annick Sauvé, president of Entraide Mercier, who established an initiative to sponsor a Syrian family, the first in our community. The process begun last fall was effective because the Aldas family, made up of 3 children and another on the way, arrived in Canada February 18th. The refugees recently settled in their own house in Châteauguay. This is the first experience in Greater Châteauguay, but given the reception by the population, it won't be the last. I also wish to underscore the implication of Claudette Lévesque, Catherine Hooper, and Father Clément Lafitte, and all the donors in this great project.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week on March 4th, the community of Powell River and Tla'amin First Nation celebrated an elder named Dr. Elsie Paul. A deeply respected elder, members of both Tla'amin and Powell River joined in the spirit of reconciliation to recognize the work and commitment Elsie has shown to building a stronger community, both within her nation and in the communities surrounding it. Raised by her grandparents, Elsie had limited interaction with residential school. This allowed her to be raised in her culture, to be fluent in her mother tongue, and to learn from the rich environment around her. Elsie is a beacon of traditional knowledge, feeding the roots of her people and seeing them flourish with her efforts. This leadership only grew across Canada and the world when she published a book on her life called Written as I Remember It. I want to thank Elsie for being who she is, for holding the culture safe to pass on to another generation, and for being the graceful woman that she is.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to see you in the chair, my friend. As you know, As you know, Mr. Speaker, I've always tried to be as sweet in this House of Commons as you have. But today I'm extra sweet because I'm talking about the Purple Woods Maple Syrup Festival in the Durham region, Mr. Speaker. Starting this Saturday and running through April, the most family-friendly event in our area is running, where you can go on trail rides, horse rides, see the Pioneer Village, and your children can watch sap transformed into maple syrup. I'd like to congratulate the Central Lake Ontario Conservation Authority for this 41st festival, and the fun continues to May 7th in historic Bowmanville for Maple Fest, where we continue to celebrate our local maple syrup industry and farms like Trails End in Bowmanville and Ashton's in Port Perry. So I invite all members of this House, I invite you, Mr. Speaker, and all Canadians to the Purple Woods Maple Syrup Festival, to Maple Fest in the Durham region, and if you come on March 14th, I'll flip you a pancake myself.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In cooperation with my colleague, the member for Haliburton-Kawartha Lakes Brock, I rise to challenge all our colleagues in the House of Commons. As we all know, we have a very heavy work schedule here. Being a politician and being in good shape is not always easy. That's why we associated with the Tamarack Ottawa race weekend. So we're asking all members to participate in one of the 6 races that will take place on May 28th and 29th. By participating, you will draw attention to the important issues of health and physical activity. I wish to underscore that this race will be a fundraiser for the Lou Gehrig Association of Canada. I encourage as many MPs as possible to take part. Join us twice a week in order to train. Together, we can make a difference and at the same time support our colleague and friend, the member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, let me start off by saying that you look great up there. Remark that you've achieved in a very short period of time what many speakers dream of, which is a well-behaved chamber. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, I took the ice bucket challenge like many of my colleagues in this House, and I still remember having that big ice bucket dumped on my head when I was health minister, and combined with government funding, that amazing challenge raised $20 million for research funding and $6 million for support programs, but we can do more. So I'm asking the Prime Minister today to join me in asking Canadians from coast to coast to coast to support organizations that are fighting ALS and to find a cure for ALS.
Mr. Speaker, it's a tremendous pleasure to see you there today. I thank my honourable colleague for her question and for her leadership, both as an individual and as a former health minister on this. And I salute you as honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier and Speaker for the dignity and grace that you bring to the House every day as you battle this terrible disease. Like many of us in this House, I was pleased to take part in a number of ice bucket challenges, both as dumpee and dumper, and I was pleased to do my part to help raise money and research and awareness for ALS. Canadians pride themselves on looking out for one another, and I join the Leader of the Opposition in urging everyone to give your time and financial support to organizations that are working so hard to find a cure for this terrible disease.
Oral questions. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition. The Right Honorable Prime Minister. Oral questions. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
L'honorable député d'Outremont.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and allow me to tell you on behalf of all of my colleagues how pleased we are to see you in the chair occupying those duties today.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, last week, the member for Ottawa-Vanier was congratulated for work supported to the Francophone community in Ottawa. The NDP shares your conviction. We must celebrate and protect our official languages across the country. Almost 1 out of every 4 Francophones lives outside Quebec. We need to do more to ensure that all Canadians have access to service in the language of their choice, regardless of where they live. What does the Prime Minister intend to do to continue to follow up on the exceptional contribution made by the Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier in order to improve services and support minority language communities in Canada?
Le très honorable
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his question and point out that no one in this House has done more to support the Francophones in Ottawa and across Canada as you, as the Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Since your election in 1995, you have fought a tireless battle for linguistic duality in Canada, national unity, and a fair society for all. We are going to continue to support your incredible work, namely with a new official languages plan that will support both Anglophone and Francophone linguistic minorities across the country. This House, linguistic minorities, and all Canadians, thank you for your service.
J'aimerais maintenant vous remercier tous.
I would like to thank you all, colleagues, for the exceptional privilege that you have given me to serve as the honorary Speaker of the House of Commons today. Thank you.
I would like to thank you all, dear colleagues of this House, for the great privilege you have bestowed upon me to serve as honorary Speaker of the House of Commons today. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you all, dear colleagues of this House, for the great privilege you have bestowed upon me to serve as honorary Speaker of the House of Commons today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight, the Prime Minister is going to be in Washington with his pals at the Center for American Progress. And while energy workers continue to lose their job across the country, they'll be watching the Prime Minister sip champagne. Now, let's be clear, this is the group that is responsible for the President's rejection of the Keystone XL pipeline. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Prime Minister if he'll use his special new relationship and publicly state in Washington that he supports Keystone and ask the President publicly to reverse his decision on Keystone.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, few relationships matter to Canada as much as a good relationship with the United States of America for jobs, for economic growth, for trade purposes, for building the kinds of opportunities for Canadians right across the country that we truly need. For 10 years, those relationships had been strained, and now we're pleased to be able to re-engage on a broad range of important files to be able to build the kinds of opportunities for all Canadians that we know people need. Merci.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, while the Liberals will be celebrating with American organizations that are actually determined to kill Canadian jobs, the Finance Minister back at home keeps racking up the bills. The Prime Minister broke his promise to limit borrowing to a modest $10 billion. But now economists are saying that the Liberals will add $150 billion in debt over the next 4 years, but it'll have virtually no impact on growth. Now, the Prime Minister was left with a surplus. Now that we all know that his borrowing won't create jobs and it won't create growth, why is this government so determined to bury Canadians in debt?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, Canada saw lower growth than it needed to because we had a government that was focused on giving tax benefits to the wealthiest and not helping the middle class succeed, not creating the kinds of investments in infrastructure, in our communities, indeed in Canadians who need help that actually was necessary for our economy. That's why we put forward a plan to invest in the future of our country, to help middle-class Canadians, those working hard to join it. And in 2 weeks, all members in this House, and indeed all Canadians, will be able to see the budget that will make that happen.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in fact, our government left the country with the highest growth in the G7 and the lowest taxes in 50 years. The Prime Minister needs to understand that Canadians actually didn't sign up or vote for this mountain of debt. Not only did the Prime Minister mislead Canadians on these Liberal spending habits, but he has absolutely no plan to pay it back other than raising taxes. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister realize, like all Canadians, he has to live within his means and he has to pay this money back?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were faced with a choice in the last election between policies that had failed to create the kinds of growth and opportunities that people need right across the country against a vision that was actually proposing to invest in our future, to put money in the pockets of the middle class and those working hard to join, and investing in the kinds of infrastructure that our communities need to create jobs now and to create growth in the medium and long term. That's the kind of budget we're going to put forward in 2 weeks. That's what Canadians have been waiting 10 years to hear.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, after several years of laxism by the former Liberal government, in 2006 our Conservative government signed an agreement on softwood lumber with our U.S. partners. At the time, companies were paying up to 37% of export duties, and billions of Canadian dollars were dormant in the U.S. To the detriment of Canadian companies. Will the Prime Minister commit that during his trip to Washington he will call on President Obama to sign an agreement quickly that will enable the forestry industry to continue to develop and ensure that there are jobs in all regions of the country? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, relations with the U.S. and Canada in recent years were so bad that the former government couldn't even follow up and sign a new agreement on softwood lumber. It's up to us to recommit on the issue, and at the first opportunity I have to sit down with President Obama, I discussed it. We're working on the file, and we hope to have some good news for Canadians in the weeks and months to come. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that the former Minister of International Trade had advanced the file considerably, and we hope that an agreement will be reached quickly. During the election campaign, the Prime Minister talked about light and modest deficits. Now, we left them with a surplus, and the figures are there to show there was an operating amount. And can they tell us what the deficit is? The TD Bank is predicting a very, very high deficit that will be left or generated, racked up over the next 4 years. When will the government be balancing the budget? Mr. Speaker, the former Conservative government inherited a surplus of several $billion, and they spent it before the global recession hit in 2008. We inherited a deficit, a budget in a deficitary position. We committed to Canadians to invest in growth in communities to help the middle class and people who are working hard to join the middle class, and that is exactly what we're going to do. We are going to be bringing forth our measures in the budget of March 22nd. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Speaker, yesterday I asked the Prime Minister about the recent deal that the government made with millionaire tax cheats. He responded that all Canadians should pay their taxes, quote, in the future. Well, to those currently filling out their tax form, it's a bit of a surprise to learn that this wasn't the case before, and that the government lets multimillionaire tax cheats off the hook with no penalty whatsoever. So I'll ask the Prime Minister again, will he conduct an investigation and put a stop to these sweetheart deals for multimillionaire tax cheats?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government believes in a level playing field where all Canadians pay their fair share of taxes and are treated equally under the system. Our government came to power with a pledge to strengthen efforts to combat international tax evasion and avoidance. The CRA is pursuing this matter before the courts, and it intends to pursue it to the fullest extent possible, because that's what this government and indeed all Canadians expect.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
They're not pursuing this matter before the courts, and that's the problem. They're letting them off the hook with no fine, no penalty, no interest to pay.
Canadians are fed up with this situation that allows multimillionaires to not pay their taxes and to receive this preferential treatment. And yesterday, the Prime Minister couldn't even say if he was in disagreement with the agreement. A very specific question, therefore, for the Prime Minister. Can he confirm that it is the single and only time that the government has offered such an agreement to millionaires? Yes or no? Or are there other similar agreements? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government takes tax fairness seriously and wants Canadians to be treated fairly and equally under the tax system. Our government took power with the firm intention to strengthen our efforts to fight evasion and avoidance, tax evasion and avoidance. The issue is before the courts, and the legal recourse permitted under legislation will be used. That is what Canadians expect of this government and of the CRA. He reads really well, doesn't he now, the Prime Minister, but he doesn't answer the questions. He read the same thing twice, but that's not the question. The question is, are there other agreements, yes or no?
About the government's promise for, quote, affordable, high-quality, flexible, and fully inclusive child care. It's at page 20 of his platform in case he hasn't been able to find it. Instead of giving us another talking point, can the Prime Minister simply tell us this? What is the government's budget for that specifically defined child care plan they boasted about in their platform?
Hear, hear. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in our platform, we put forward an ambitious plan to invest $20 billion over the next 10 years in social infrastructure. In order to do so, we would work with provinces and municipalities to identify their concrete needs and respond to them. We put that forward in total respect of the province's jurisdiction. The issue that my member opposite faces is that he put forward a plan that actually would be cutting $18 billion from the federal budget right now to reach balance at all costs. That's not how you help families. That's not how you help people with the cost of childcare.
The
honourable member for Outremont.
We're really sincere about corporate tax fairness. He'd start by reducing and getting rid of the cuts to corporate taxes that the Conservatives brought in with their complicity because they voted for the Conservative budget. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, never should someone be forced to choose between buying medication, housing, or food. The Liberals promised to immediately increase the GIS by 10%. 5 months later, nothing. And seniors continue to suffer. How many months, specifically, does immediately mean? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are very concerned by the fate of our seniors, and that is why we have put in our platform an increase to 10% to the GIS for the most vulnerable seniors. We have also put in place measures for housing to help seniors through our infrastructure investment. These are all things that we have promised and that we can do and will do because we are going to be investing in communities. The member opposite, unfortunately, would be in cutting $18 billion for Canadians to reach balance at all costs instead of helping people in need.
Honourable member for Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are borrowing money that they don't have to spend on pet projects that we don't need. Right. They're throwing fiscal responsibility under their spending bonfire. And with $150 billion expected in borrowing, a balanced budget under the Liberals is nothing but a pipe dream. Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberals realize that we have to pay this money back and that borrowed money isn't free?
Here, right out. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable for a question. Mr. Speaker, we have a fundamentally different approach. We have an approach about growing our economy, Mr. Speaker, and that's what Canadians voted for on the 19th of October, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what we're going to be delivering. We're going to invest in innovation, we're going to invest in productivity, we're going to invest in infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we're going to invest in the middle class for this country.
The Honourable Member for Haldeman Norfolk.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the previous government went into deficit to fight the biggest financial crisis since the 1930s. And then we balanced the budget without raising taxes. The Liberals are spending money that they don't have to fight a recession that we're not in. They've already slashed tax-free savings accounts, and now they're jacking up payroll taxes. Mr. Speaker, how high will taxes go to pay for risky Liberal deficits?
Right on. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as the OECD said in the IMF, there's never been a better time to invest in the economy. Canadians know, Mr. Speaker, that when interests are low, that's the time to invest. As we went from coast to coast to coast in this country, the Minister in Finance and I, we listened to Canadians. And what Canadians have been telling us is invest in the economy, invest in the middle class, invest in infrastructure. And you know, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we're going to be doing.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, another week, another broken promise. In Paris, the Prime Minister promised he would give Canadians a climate change plan within 90 days. Well, last week in Vancouver, the 90 days were up. And what happened? No plan. Just a plan to have a plan. And surprise, surprise, he also threatened to hammer the provinces with a carbon tax grab. As the Prime Minister wines and dines in Washington, and as investors flee Canada, and as Canadians lose thousands of jobs, will he now admit that he's in way over his head?
The Honourable Secretary for Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians are incredibly proud of the work that this government has done on climate change. If we look at the progress that has been accomplished in the last 5 months, we have a historic international deal in which Canada played a critical role. We have an arrangement that has been agreed upon by all provinces and territories to develop a pan-Canadian framework. That is real progress. We are going to Washington this week to actually make further progress on a continental basis. My goodness, relative to the last 10 years of inaction under the Conservatives, this is real change.
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, broken promises are not in Canada's best interest. Canadians are losing jobs, Liberal deficits are skyrocketing, balanced budgets are out the window, and now the Prime Minister has picked a fight with the provinces by threatening a harmful carbon tax. And contrary to what the Prime Minister and his Parliamentary Secretary just said, there is no deal, there is no climate change plan. So what happened to the new relationship with the provinces that was promised? And why has the Prime Minister's sunny ways turned into gloomy days for Canada?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that we need to reduce greenhouse gases and to grow our economy in a sustainable way. They also know that reducing emissions will make our economy more competitive, not less competitive. Carbon pricing policies that the honourable member talked about will minimize the cost of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, provide a continuous incentive for technological innovation, and allow us to achieve significant emissions reductions. And I would say the honourable member should listen to some of the folks who used to sit on that side of the House. The current Ontario Conservative leader and former MP on that side of the House stated this week, climate change is a fact, it is a threat, it is man-made, we have to do something about it. And
the honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, Liberal policies make doing business in Canada more expensive. Auto manufacturers are hurting in Ontario because our electricity rates are 30% higher than other jurisdictions. And that is before the new Liberal carbon tax. When will this Liberal government give manufacturers a break rather than break manufacturers?
The Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to say today is a very special day. It's an honour and privilege to serve with the member from Ottawa-Vanier. For me, he's a role model. I'm just delighted to be here today with him. With respect to the question asked, we have a plan when it comes to manufacturing. We have a plan that's going to help companies adopt in the 21st digital economy by making sure we have ICT adoption. We're also going to put forward industrial and technological benefits that will assist companies, Mr. Speaker. We have a plan for manufacturing because we know manufacturing is very important to our future progress, growth, and creating jobs.
Bravo. Honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are missing in action. The Canadian manufacturing jobs are at risk. The low dollar has put Canadian goods on sale, but the Liberals refuse to explain how they'll encourage private sector investment. Yesterday, they even blocked the Industry Committee from asking Bombardier about a $1 billion bailout. What are the Liberals hiding? Is the reason the Liberals won't share their plan with Canadians because they don't have a plan to share?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, we're a very open and transparent government. We've been very clear with Canadians. When it comes to committees, they have their own unique dynamic and they set their own agenda. But with respect to Bombardier, Mr. Speaker, we're engaged with them. They came forward with a proposal on December the 11th of up to $1 billion. They asked for an investment. We're looking at the business case. We're doing our due diligence. We're going to make sure we do our homework. We're going to make sure that we provide a thoughtful response in the public interest, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to understand something. Now, perhaps the mission in Iraq isn't a combat mission, but our soldiers are going to end up on the front lines and they'll have license to take the first shot. Isn't that a combat mission? Can the Minister of Defence explain why the government is so obstinate about denying the evidence, and why is he refusing to tell Canadians and our soldiers that this is, in fact, a combat mission?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Speaker, it is true that our soldiers will be at greater risk, as said by the Chief of the Defence Staff. But I can't do better than quote him at the committee yesterday, where he said, in an engagement like this, specifically allow Canadian forces to defend themselves, anticipate their defence so that they can engage a hostile act or a hostile act intent before it materializes. So our soldiers are not engaged in combat. They are allowed to defend themselves, and the rules of engagement are clear for all concerned. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
The National Defence Military Foreign Service instructions define a combat mission as one, quote,
where the use or threatened use of force, including lethal force, is used to accomplish the mission. Yesterday, Canada's Chief of Defence Staff admitted that in the Liberals' new expanded mission in Iraq, Canadian troops will not only be authorized to use lethal force, but also to shoot first. Mr. Speaker, to everyone except this government, that sounds exactly like the definition of combat. Why is the Liberal government continuing to try to disguise the nature of this mission and its risks?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
There's no disguise, Mr. Speaker. This is, in fact, a non-combat mission, as I just outlined with what the Chief of Defence Staff just said. So the honourable member can argue with the Chief of Defence Staff, but he has, in fact, outlined this as a non-combat mission. We are there to train, to assist, to advise, and to produce intelligence. So the honourable member may wish to argue with the CDS, and I welcome his opportunity to do that. But, Mr. Speaker, this is a non-combat mission as defined by the Chief of Defence Staff.
The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, Nadia Savchenko, a Ukrainian Air Force pilot and member of the Ukrainian Parliament, has been held illegally in a Russian prison for 21 long months. Many thousands of people in Ukraine and around the world are demanding her release as she continues her hunger strike. Yet all the efforts by the international community to advocate for her release have been brushed aside by Moscow. Mr. Speaker, time is running out. How can Canada's call for the release of Ms. Savchenko be taken seriously when all the Liberals want to do is have happy talk with Putin?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That could not be more misconstrued. As the Minister explicitly said in his declaration yesterday, the Government of Canada is gravely concerned about the health of Nadia Savchenko, who has been unlawfully detained by Russia. We have repeatedly underlined that her transfer to Russia was illegal. The charges brought against her are politically motivated, and her treatment during her detention is a matter of grave concern. The Government of Canada calls on Russia to immediately release her and return her to her friends, colleagues and family in Ukraine.
Honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, Nadia Savchenko has restarted her hunger strike. Her health is deteriorating, and the Liberals have done next to nothing. The charges against Nadia are clearly trumped up. This illegal show trial demonstrates the Russian regime's utter contempt for international law, due process, and human rights. Rallies are scheduled across Canada this evening, demanding her release. The Liberals are saying that they want to talk to Russia. So, will the Prime Minister pick up the phone, call the Kremlin, and demand that they free Nadia Savchenko immediately?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I say that Canada stands steadfast with Ukraine. We always have, and we always will. And as I stated, and I'm happy to state it again, we have repeatedly underlined that Ms. Savchenko's transfer to Russia was illegal. We know it was politically motivated. Her treatment during her detention is a matter of grave concern, and we call on Russia to immediately release her. Thank you.
Honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, the U.S.-led Air Combat Coalition successfully took out the ISIS's war minister. The Pentagon said that this is a victory on the battlefield and will hurt ISIS's ability to recruit foreign fighters. Clearly, these airstrikes are working, but the Liberals have taken us out of the fight. Just once, can the Defence Minister coherently explain why the Canadian Armed Forces cannot do both airstrikes and training? Just once.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I would like the honourable member to explain what he doesn't get about democracy. We have had an election for a year, the longest election in Canadian history. The decision of the Canadian people was definitive on October the 19th. We then had a debate here for 4 or 5 days, 98 speakers. The vote this week was definitive. So what part of democracy does not the honourable member get? We have debated this and debated this. The people have spoken, and it's unfortunate for the honourable member.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat in French to give my colleague another chance at it. Now, CNN is reporting that U.S. airstrikes in Syria have taken out the one considered the ISIS war minister. This Chechen joined the Syrian rebel group, then swore allegiance to ISIS in 2012. He participated in propaganda and recruitment videos for ISIS, and the U.S. State Department offered a $5 million reward to get rid of the individual. Seeing the results achieved by U.S. pilots, thanks to them, does this government still doubt the effectiveness of airstrikes against ISIS? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
In a coalition. The coalition has quite a number of partners. We do some things very well. Advise, assist, and train, we do very well. Intelligence missions, we do very well. We are engaged, as I say, in a coalition, and we are working together to delete this scourge from that particular part of the world. Mr. Speaker, the idea of this coalition is to end this combat, and we are contributing in a significant and major way. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Mr. Speaker, the Indian residential school tragedy continues to be a terrible burden for too many people. At the St. Anne Residential School in Northern Ontario, a survivor is trying to obtain justice, but lawyers for the Department of Justice have knowingly held back thousands of documents that would have supported his case. That's completely not only unacceptable, it's revolting, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister of Justice order her staff to stop denying the legitimate requests of this survivor and stop this obstruction? The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
The Government of Canada is committed to the successful implementation of the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement and to fulfilling all its obligations under the agreement. The abuse of children is tragic and unacceptable. While I cannot comment about the specific cases under the Independent Assessment Protocol, I can tell you that Canada has complied with Justice Perrell's June 2015 order and provided all the documents as soon as they were complete. In addition, Canada has revised and made available an updated school narrative of person of interest reports for St. Anne's in compliance with the court direction. The update.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, the independent assessment process was supposed to bring justice to survivors. Instead, government lawyers in the Justice Department had over 1,000 cases thrown out under the administrative split. We now find that Justice Department lawyers suppressed evidence about a serial pedophile at St. Anne's Residential School and then told the hearings that the victims were simply lacking credibility. This is really Canada's spotlight. If the Justice Minister cannot explain why this is happening, I'm asking her, will she do the right thing? Will she stand up in this House and say she will meet the survivors and fix?
The Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
I thank the member for the question, and I too feel that this is a terrible tragedy. I thank the member for the clarification. Pedophilia is a terrible crime, and we need to deal with the ongoing effects of those abuses. It is. I want to tell the honourable member that I am the client. The Justice Minister is my advisor, and we will get to the bottom of this and seek justice.
I encourage the members in the front row at the far end to try to calm down and listen to the question. We all want to hear each side, even if we disagree. The honourable member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, when I was a municipal councillor, I was approached by Myrna Forster and was pleased to lead Oakville Council calling on the Bank of Canada to include a prominent Canadian woman on one of our banknotes, which is something we haven't seen in almost 150 years. Thousands of people from across the country signed a petition calling on the government to highlight Canadian women on our money, recognizing the significant role that women have played in shaping our nation. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance outline the government's plan for action on this important issue?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for a question. Yesterday on International Women's Day, events across the country celebrated the social, economic, cultural and political achievements of Canadian women. I am proud to tell this House that the Minister of Finance, in collaboration with the Bank of Canada, the Bank of Canada Governor Stephen Pawlas has launched consultations on the Bank of Canada website, inviting Canadians to nominate iconic women who they want to see on the new banknote that will be issued in 2018. Don't forget to use the hashtag #BanknoteNotable to share your IDs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that much work needs to be done to resolve long-standing Indigenous land claims. However, every government in the past has been unequivocal that private property is not on the table. The recent lawsuit by SSN is looking to declare Aboriginal title over private property. As the Premier of BC said, this has huge implications across Canada. Will the Justice Minister step up to protect Canadian private property rights?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you again for the question. As the member across knows, this is a matter that is before the court, so I won't speak to particular circumstances with respect to that. But what I will say, in working with the Minister of Indigenous Affairs, ensure that we work collaboratively in terms of mandates and approaches that are being put forward in negotiating and settling the land question in British Columbia, and rest assured that this settlement will be based on a nation-to-nation relationship that is based on recognition. Thank you.
Honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
You know what, Mr. Speaker, the courts are waiting. They have been waiting after this minister has asked for extension after extension in terms of what the position of the government of Canada is going to be. The people of Kamloops are worried, and she's been delaying the response. So please, will she stand up and tell Canadians that she will defend private property rights in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to say that the way that we are going forward is not to discuss the cases before the courts at this time, but I do want the member to understand, and we need all members of this House to understand, what it means to move forward in a nation-to-nation approach based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation and partnership is something that every single member of this House needs to understand, and to understand sticking up for the rights of the First Peoples of this country is all of our job.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The BC government has stated that it will vigorously oppose any declaration that creates any uncertainty for private property owners. Now, on January 15th, the Minister of Justice asked for an extension before making a decision. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's been close to 8 weeks and still no response. Now, while the Premier of BC has boldly reassured Canadians, the Justice Minister has left landowners in the dark. Now, will she stand with the Premier of BC to defend property rights, yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for the question, and as I stated, this matter is before the courts. What I instructed my officials to do was seek an adjournment, and at the request or in my mandate letter from the Prime Minister, we are looking at our litigation strategy, doing a comprehensive review, and in terms of specific cases, that will potentially change our approach. But with respect to particular mandates, I will be working and supporting my colleague, the Minister of Indigenous Affairs, in this regard.
The member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For years, judges were routinely granting 2-for-1 and even 3-for-1 credits for time served before trial. Now, this is why we brought in the Truth in Sentencing Act, to ensure that convicted offenders serve the sentences they were given. Now it appears there are judges in Ontario who are disregarding that law. Now, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice says a law is a law is a law. Well, are they going to do what it takes to enforce the present law, or will criminals continue to get a break?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'd like to thank the member for the question. In terms of our approach, we are undertaking a comprehensive review of the criminal justice system. That includes sentencing reform to determine efficiencies and effectiveness in the process, and will ensure that I work with my colleagues, including the Minister of Public Safety, to look at bail reform and other matters with respect to how we can proceed and ensure fairness, equality, compliance with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and ensuring that the accused's rights are respected.
member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
The Prime Minister promised that no relationship was more important to him than that with Indigenous peoples. That relationship has not been respected in the case of BC's Site C Dam, where there are 3 ongoing court cases with First Nations. This is a litmus test of the Prime Minister's solemn commitment.
Sure is.
And repeated letters from First Nations have been ignored by the Liberals. Will the government please cease and desist on approval for Site C until proper consultation can occur?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Prime Secretary for Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the fall of 2014, as members know, the former government approved the project and set out a series of legally binding conditions with which the proponent must comply. BC Hydro must meet the requirements set out in these conditions, and we are verifying that that is in fact the case. The Minister has been involved and engaged in discussions with First Nations people and other Indigenous organizations to try to ensure that we are clearly understanding those concerns, and we will continue to engage in that basis going forward.
The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
You have to wonder which First Nations they're engaging with, because the First Nations actually impacted by this megadam can't even get their letters returned from this government. And it seems to me that there are 2 Liberal parties, one that's in campaign, makes sacred promises to First Nations people, and one that governs to break them. Now the question comes for this Liberal government here and now. They are right now in the position of authorizing this megadam in northeastern British Columbia. First Nations have pleaded with this government not to do so, to pause the process and allow that consultation they promised to actually take place. So which Liberal Party are we actually going to see?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I said in my previous response, this government continues to engage with First Nations and other Indigenous organizations and peoples to ensure that we are developing a nation-to-nation approach. With respect to the specific matter of Site C, that is before the court. I can't comment on the specifics of that, but there certainly are ongoing discussions that are relevant to the broader First Nations and nation-to-nation relationship.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Veterans Affairs Minister indicated that he was working in cooperation with the Heritage Minister to identify the possibility of moving forward with constructing an Afghan memorial monument. However, we don't know if, yes or no, there will be a national commemorative memorial monument for the Afghan mission specifically. I'm asking the Minister, will the budget include funds for this national monument that was announced by our Conservative government, yes or no? Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Very important for us to honor the men and women who have served this country valiantly in Afghanistan. This government is aware of the motion put forward in 2014, supported by all members of this House, and we are working very hard with the Minister of Heritage to see that put through. But I think it's also important for us to show care, compassion, and respect to those members through veteran services that we're doing right now. And he'll also see that by us reopening the 9 offices that his party closed, as well as rehiring staff that they also let go.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, unlike what the Minister has suggested several times in 4 months, the previous Conservative government did more for veterans than any other Canadian government in the history of Canada. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government cancelled the Community War Memorial Program. This shows clearly that this government is not committed to honouring our veterans. Properly honouring the women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces is not militarism, Mr. Speaker. It's just a moral imperative. Now that the Liberals have cancelled the program, will they honour the exploits of the RCAF members who fought ISIL?
Minister of Veterans Affairs. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a saying in my neighborhood, you lie to your friends, I'll lie to my friends, let's not lie to each other. Here's the true record of what the Conservative government has done over the last 10 years. Closed veteran affairs offices. They have cut staff by 800 people. Tell you what, for the last 10 years, it's been really a shame. We are working hard to ensure that we treat our men and women with care, compassion, and respect. I have an aggressive mandate letter from the Prime Minister that's going to see more employment opportunities and support their families, and we plan on following through exactly with that.
Well, I know that the Honourable Minister did not accuse another member of lying. He came a little too close for my liking. I'd encourage members not to use that kind of language. The Honourable Member from Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, we learned this week that the Liberals are cancelling the Community War Memorial Program. This program, implemented by the Conservatives in 2010, has enabled communities and organizations across Canada to build new or upgrade old cenotaphs and war memorials, honouring the achievements and sacrifices of those who served Canada in times of war and peace and military conflict. The Department of Veterans Affairs acknowledges that there's a continued need for this essential program. So since you're listening, why do the Liberals think cutting this project is a good idea?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her question. In the Veterans Affairs, we understand it's very important for us to commemorate those men and women who have served in our armed forces. We have done that as a country through Vimy Ridge, through World War II, through our Korean peacekeepers, through our role in Bosnia, and we will do so in Afghanistan. That is an important part of what we do in this department. It's important what we do on this side of the House, and we'll continue to show in a meaningful way the respect that our men and women who have served this great country deserve.
The member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, if Canada wishes to remain competitive in the global economy, it's important that we recruit and retain high-caliber international students. In my riding of Fredericton, I know that UNB and St. Thomas University are working hard to meet that goal. Can the Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees please inform this House about the initiatives undertaken by our government to encourage these high-potential students to stay in Canada? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. I would like to thank my colleague from Fredericton for that great question. And international students are among the best candidates to become new Canadians. They speak English or French. They have a good Canadian education. They know the country. And it was not at all intelligent for the previous government to take away the 50% credit that those students received to help them become Canadian. And I'm very happy to say that we will restore that credit.
The member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, Iran today test-fired 2 ballistic missiles that the regime says proves its ability to strike Israel. The missiles carried the words, "Israel must be wiped out." Now, former Liberal MP Irwin Cotler is on record saying, "I don't know if the Prime Minister has an appreciation of evil." The Prime Minister said this week he thinks Canada is sending exactly the right signals on Iran. Mr. Speaker, isn't this just another example of the Prime Minister's inability to appreciate evil?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our engagement with Iran does not mean we agree with their government. And also, to boycott Iran will not help Israel. While we reduced some sanctions on Iran, together with our allies, related to progress in shutting down their nuclear program, we also added sanctions that targeted their ballistic missile program. Again, we did this in complete coordination with our allies. We will continue to apply pressure on Iran to end its unacceptable missile development program, and we will continue to be strong friends with Israel.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the aerospace sector is vital to Quebec's economy. In the Montreal region alone, 1 job out of 100 is linked to that industry. But it seems like the Liberals don't understand that. During the election campaign, they had no plan, no strategy for the sector. Zip, nada. And we're still waiting for news for Bombardier. The sector is fragile, and job losses are growing. When will the government wake up, support Quebec's economy and its workers, and finally present a real action plan for the aerospace sector?
The Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands and supports the aerospace sector. It's a sector that employs 180,000 people, not only in Montreal or Quebec, but across Canada, Mr. Speaker. It's a sector that contributes $29 billion to our GDP, and that is why we take very seriously the engagement with Bombardier. On December the 11th, they approached the federal government officially in writing to ask for up to $1 billion. We are doing our due diligence. We're looking at the business case. We understand the importance of not only Bombardier, but this sector, and we'll make sure any decision that we make will be in the best interest of Canadians and Quebecers.
The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, the Port of Sydney has long been an essential asset to the economy of Cape Breton. Studies have shown that the construction of a second marine berth in the harbour will greatly enhance port traffic, especially in the cruise ship sector. So my question is to the Minister of Infrastructure. Does the Minister see this project of a second berth for the Port of Sydney as a type of project worthy of consideration for infrastructure?
Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Sydney, Victoria for his continuing hard work regarding this project. We know there are significant benefits to infrastructure investment. That is why, Mr. Speaker, our government has committed to add $60 billion of new money into infrastructure over the next 10 years. We understand that well-planned infrastructure investments in the regions like Cape Breton generate economic growth, create jobs, and leave a lasting legacy for Canadians. I have met with my counterparts in Nova Scotia, and we will continue to work together on our shared infrastructure priorities.
Yes.
The honourable member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals said, quote, "We are committed to raising the bar on openness and transparency in government." That was during the election campaign. But yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal members of the Industry Committee unanimously voted to block our motion to invite Bombardier to appear before the committee, the Industry Committee. And the committee members wanted to know why Bombardier needs $1.2 billion in aid. So my question today is to the chair of the Industry Committee. Why is he preventing Bombardier from appearing before parliamentarians?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. As the member knows, that committees are independent. But the point that he raised is a very important one.
Order, we've been doing so well. It's been a very good day. I can't hear the answer. Let's settle down and listen to the answer from the Minister of Economic Development.
So the point that the member raises is a very important one. He understands and appreciates that our government is open and transparent. So I'm glad to hear that the member understands that. The member also understands that he has an opportunity in committee to talk about these issues. One thing I can assure the member, that we will continue to engage with the company because we understand the importance of the sector, we understand the importance of creating jobs. We have a plan not only for the company, we have a plan not only for the sector, we have a plan for all Canadians when it comes to growing the economy, and that will be demonstrated on a budget on March 22nd.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Transportation, and it pertains to a critical threat to the survival of Via Rail and our coast-to-coast service. The previous Minister of Transportation convened a panel chaired by former Cabinet Minister David Emerson. It's now reported and shockingly recommends that this government kill passenger rail between Toronto and Vancouver. This transcontinental train, the Canadian, is an essential part of Sir John A. Macdonald's national dream. Can the minister confirm that they will protect Via Rail, restore and invest in our Trans-Canada Rail service?
You have a recognition first. Minister of Transport.
I thank the member for her question, Mr. Speaker. It is important that other levels of government and stakeholders have an opportunity to read the CTA review report and share their perspectives on its findings before we address specific recommendations. I have been mandated by the Prime Minister to respond to the review, and I can assure Canadians that this government is committed to developing the best approach to delivering a safe, efficient, and reliable passenger rail service in Canada from coast to coast.
Je voudrais signaler.
I would like to draw to the attention of members the presence in the gallery of Donald Arsenault, Minister of Energy Mines, Minister responsible for Efficacité New Brunswick, Minister responsible for official languages for the province of New Brunswick.
I have a point of order from the member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been a number of speakers today, and you are, although you're a great speaker, you are sort of subsumed in the halo created by the previous incompetent chair. Mr. Speaker, there have been widespread consultations, indeed the widest consultations that have taken place in this Parliament, and I think on a day like today when we're all coming together, we can all agree on the importance of accepting that a document be tabled produced by the Department of Finance, the fiscal monitor, showing that we had a surplus of $2.2 billion at the end of 2015.
There would appear, is there unanimous consent? There would appear not to be unanimous consent. L'honorable député de Beauce.
The honourable member for Beauce on a point of order. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, earlier I asked a question to the chair of the Industry Committee, the Industry, Innovation and Technology Committee, and it is customary in this House when people are present, they answer. I would hope that the honourable member has a great deal of experience in this House. He knows that the government can determine who will respond to questions, answer questions, and it's also a matter of whether the question is in order.
It being 3:27 p.m., pursuant to order made on Tuesday, March 8, 2016, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded vision on the motion of Mrs. Bloch relating to the business of supply. Call on the members. The question is as follows. Mrs. Bloch, seconded by Ms. Watts, moved that the House, A, acknowledge the contribution Bombardier makes to the Canadian economy and the aerospace industry, B, recognize that there is a market solution already available that could support Bombardier, C, acknowledge that Bombardier has designed the quietest, shall I dispense? I thought not. Acknowledge that Bombardier has designed the quietest and best aircraft in its class that is well suited to urban airports like the Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. D, recognize that the Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport is a major economic driver for the Greater Toronto Area that supports both business and leisure travel. E, recognize that the expansion of Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport would allow airlines to purchase Bombardier aircraft. And F, call on the government to reverse its decision on restricting the expansion of the Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Blaney Belchasse et Chemin Lévy.
Monsieur Blaney Belchasse et Chemin Lévy.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Mergen.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van
Mr. Van
Kesteren.
Kesteren.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpolagia.
Mr. Scarpolagia.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke
Mr.
North.
Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Daliwal.
Mr. Daliwal.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lamette.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Chan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
No.
Pardon.
Monsieur Shifke.
Okay. Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr.
Monsieur
Boissonneau.
Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Nandasangari.
Mr. Nandasangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bassio.
Mr. Bassio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Debruson.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Jerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine-Smith.
Mr. Erskine.
Mr. Aelofson.
Mr. Aelofson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Faith.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé, Avignon-la-Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territory.
Mendocino.
Mendocino.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacon.
Mr. Seacon.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr.
Mr.
Sorbera.
Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tam.
Mr. Tam.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms.
Mr.
Malcolmson.
McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich, Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 96, 96. Nays contre 218, 218.
Je declare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes,
Order,
thank you,
please.
Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government responses to 4 petitions.
Tabling documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of International Trade, and pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honor to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China for the promotion and protection of investments. Made in Toronto, February 10th, 2016.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Ms. Mahaichuk, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Service Labor Relations Act, the Public Service Labor Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts and provide for certain other measures. This motion is deemed adopted.
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Ms. Mahaichuk, moved that this bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Con.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs concerning its study of the Supplementary Estimates C for the fiscal year 2015-2016. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor today to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on National Defence in relation to its study of Supplement Charlie 2015-2016.
Thank you. Presentation of reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, Supplementary Estimates C for 2015-2016, the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2016.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official language the first report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs entitled Supplementary Estimates, C 215-16, votes 1C to 5C under Veterans Affairs. Thank you.
Okay. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Massey, Windsor West, seconded by Mr. Cullen, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Parliament of Canada Act and the Access to Information Act Transparency. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful for the member for Skeena-Buckley Valley for seconding this motion here of this bill. I'm proud to introduce this legislation that amends the Parliament of Canada Act to require the Board of Internal Economy of the House of Commons to open its meetings with certain exceptions to the public, so it allows accountability. It also amends the Access to Information Act by clarifying the purpose of the Act to give Information Commissioner the power to make compliance orders on request. Very important. And as well, this will be greater account to Canadians from all spectrums of the country. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would also remind members that this was previously introduced as Bill C-613 from the member from Papineau, so I'm hoping it gets support for this House.
Excellent bill.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West, seconded by Mr. Cullen, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. taking over the.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West, seconded by Mr. Cullen, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Health Agency of Canada Act, National Alzheimer's Office. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Windsor West, Mr. Massey, Windsor, seconded by... Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so I just... The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is actually seconded by the member for Kingsway, and thank him for this work. This is to create a national Alzheimer's office. It's very important that the Public Health Agency of Canada has this office to actually establish a national Alzheimer's office that can work on producing enough information and also to develop a national plan with regards to Alzheimer's. We need changes on this because the abilities and behavior of individuals are affected by this terrible disease, and we don't have much of a response right now in a federal context. It ultimately erodes independence, and more importantly, we have an aging population with roughly now around 70,000 persons living with Alzheimer's disease or other forms of dementia. It's very significant for our country. The bill, if enacted, would be a positive first step in ensuring the Government of Canada is prepared to take immediate action and recognize the importance of developing an Alzheimer's and dementia strategy before this becomes a national crisis.
Here, 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 here.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West, seconded by Mr. Cullen, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read the second time? Okay, we'll do it at the next sitting of the House. Mr. Massey, Windsor West, seconded by Mr. Cullen, moves that the... Was that the... Same thing? Okay. Moves it for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Smaller Brewery Tax Credit. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Skeena Bulkley Valley. He is actually the author originally of this bill, working on it very diligently, and I've inherited it very complementary to some of the industry issues that we're working on. Small brewery tax rate would be reduced for those that are producing less than 15,000 hectoliters of beer. It's very important, Mr. Speaker, but these are very important businesses that are actually rehabilitating properties and communities. They're actually contributing to the local economy. It's using local product and local agriculture and also local individuals that come from our universities and colleges that actually become brewmasters. So these are microbreweries that are micro businesses that are actually having significant impact, making sure that there's a holistic approach in the community to produce a product that is well received, but also most importantly is local and is actually fresher and more Canadian.
Here, here, here.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West, seconded by Mr. Cullen, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Thank you.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions, Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands. I'm sorry. Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to seek unanimous consent for a motion on the order paper, motion 48, that would condemn the atrocities that are currently being committed in Yemen. As Secretary General Ban Ki-moon has said, quote, Yemen is in flames, and coalition airstrikes in particular continue to strike schools, hospitals, mosques, and civilian infrastructure, unquote. This includes the use of cluster munitions by the Saudi coalition and the use of landmines by the HoC forces. This motion asks Canada to consider imposing an arms embargo on...
Excuse me, I have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
I understand the Honourable Member is asking consent for a motion. She's seeking to move it. I don't know that it's customary to have debate at this point. If she'd like to have the House hear the motion, she can determine whether or not there's unanimous consent, but it's not usually the practice to engage in debate when the member is seeking unanimous consent for a motion.
How do we do it? Okay. Thank you for bringing that up, the point of order. I consulted with the table, and I understand that the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Highland is looking for unanimous consent, and the bill's already on the order table. So does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? All those in favour? No? Oh, sorry, I don't have unanimous consent. That's correct. Okay, the House has heard it in its terms of motion. Thank you. Okay. Questions on the order paper? I'm sorry. Where are we here? Oh, presenting petition. Very good. Presenting petition. Questions on the order paper, Monsieur? We'll get this straight sooner or later. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present 3 petitions today. The first one is from hundreds of concerned Canadians who raised their concerns about the issues around rail tankers and crude oil. They call on this House to pass legislation or regulations that would enhance tank car standards for transportation of hazardous goods, reverse cuts and strengthen rail safety rules and regulations, and require rail companies to carry sufficient insurance to cover the damage that may be caused by accidents or spills or derailments. My second petition calls on this House for this government to work in partnership with provinces and municipalities to create better cycling infrastructure in this country, something that not only helps the environment but also, as health critic, it would help to keep Canadians healthier in this country and fight the epidemic of obesity in our country. And finally, I would like to present a petition signed by many people in the riding of Vancouver Kingsway, representing a very real concern of people in British Columbia around affordable housing, calling on this government to develop a national housing strategy to maintain existing federal support for cooperatives, nonprofits, and low-cost housing and rental housing, and lastly, to make the investments necessary to address what can only be called a housing crisis in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present 2 petitions today in the House of Commons. The first petition is from members of my riding who are concerned with the issue of electoral reform.
House of Commons to undertake public consultations to move towards a system of proportional representation in which every vote will count. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from hundreds of people across Canada, largely in the Toronto area, calling on this government to make it clear to the People's Republic of China that we wish to see respect for human rights, and particularly to respect the practitioners of Falun Gong and Falun Dafa and end the persecution of Falun Gong in China.
Presenting petitions.
Alors, nous allons continuer. Question inscrite au...
Questions on the order paper. Mr. Lamoureux.
Secrétaire parlementaire du...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Leader in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that the following questions will be answered today. Questions 29, Q30, Q32, Q33, and Q37. Mr. Speaker, if I can just try that again. I believe it's questions 30, 32, 33, and 37, just to confirm that's what I said.
I'm sorry? The honourable member, are you answering 29? Question 29, is that one of the questions? Okay, so let me just get this straight. 29, 30, 32, 33, and 37. Very good, thank you. Recognizing the honourable member, go ahead.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask you be so kind as to call start question number Q46.
Yes, I call question Q46. Please respond.
Mr. Speaker, I would then ask that the government's response to this question be printed in Hansard as if read.
Does the honourable member have agreement? I take it that's a yes, then we'll proceed. Thank you. Sorry? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions numbers Q18 to 28 and Q31 and Q34 to Q36 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? It's agreed? Okay. And so ordered. Sorry, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We're getting close, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? It's agreed. Proceed. Okay. Afraid we don't have unanimous consent. We'll consult. This is an announcement. Okay, and just to respond to the, this was not a request for unanimous consent. It was just for general agreement of the House, and I believe we have it. So we'll proceed accordingly. Thank you. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary. Please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And finally, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? No, but we do have agreement. We don't need unanimous consent. Then we'll go ahead. Thank you. Very good. I'm glad that's over with. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Début du débat à l'étape de la deuxième lecture.
debate on Bill C-6, an act to amend the Citizenship Act and to make consequential amendments to another act.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 9 minutes. Mr. McCallum, seconded by Mrs. Mahaichuk, moves that Bill C-6, an act to amend the Citizenship Act and to make consequential amendments to another act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour and a pleasure for me to rise to speak to Bill C-6, which is an act to make major amendments to the previous government Citizenship Act, better known in some circles as the noxious Bill C-24. So we are making these major changes, I would say, for two general reasons. One is that we promised to do them in our election platform, in my mandate letter. And the acts that we are carrying out in this new law are consistent with what we promised to do. So that's a good thing, at least from the government's point of view. From my point of view, we are doing what we said that we would do. But more importantly, why do we want to do this? And on this, I would say there are two basic principles at stake.
The first principle is that for us, there's only one class of Canadians. There are no two classes of Canadians, and for reasons that I will explain later, the Conservative bill created two classes of Canadians, and to us that is unacceptable. There must be one single class of Canadians, not two. That's the first principle. The second principle is that we want to welcome new citizens in Canada, and the Conservative legislation erected a number of difficulties and obstacles that increased the difficulties faced by permanent residents who wanted to become citizens. And this, to us, was unreasonable.
One, that there must be one class of Canadian, not two classes of Canadian. And second, we want to welcome new citizens, and we believe that the Conservatives erected a number of barriers that were unreasonable to the welcoming of new people to become citizens of our country. So let me go through each of these general areas one at a time. In the previous bill, the Conservative bill, the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration had the authority to revoke an individual's citizenship if that person was convicted of a terrorist crime or some other crime. But, and this is a crucial point, the minister only had the power to revoke citizenship if the person involved was a dual citizen and not if the person was a citizen only of Canada. And similarly, the federal court had the right to revoke citizenship in other cases, but again, only for dual citizens. And this is the nub of the point, Mr. Speaker, because once you say you can revoke one type of Canadian citizenship, but you cannot revoke another Canadian citizenship, then you have two classes of Canadians. And we believe very strongly, and we fought long and hard on the election on this issue, that there is only one class of Canadian, that a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian, and all Canadians are equal, and there cannot be two classes of Canadian, which is why we found this law unacceptable and why this new law will revoke that right to revoke citizenship. And we have said it for many months with the conviction of our beliefs, and now once this law passed, we can also say it in the spirit of the law, which will itself say that there is only one class of Canadian and not two. In fact, we believe this so strongly that we are going to reinstate the citizenship of the one individual. There was only one individual who has had his citizenship revoked for reasons of terrorism, and that individual, according to the law, will have his citizenship reinstated. Because it is a point of principle, Mr. Speaker. When you say a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian, that includes good Canadians and that includes bad Canadians. And the bad Canadians who are convicted for terrorism, we believe, should go to prison. And if there are bad terrorists, we believe they should go to prison for a long time. Although it is the judges, of course, not the politicians, who determine the sentences. But the place for a terrorist is in prison, not at the airport. And so it is our strong belief that if a person is sent to prison for terrorism, there shouldn't be two classes of terrorists, those who go to prison and have their citizenship revoked, and those who only go to prison. A Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian for a terrorist and for others, and therefore, in our view, we will not have any citizenship revoked for this reason. I would also make the supplementary argument that to revoke citizenship in this way is to launch oneself on a slippery slope, because the rules might be clear today. For what crime do you have citizenship revoked, and for what crime do you not? But those laws can change over time. I remember the former Prime Minister in the election campaign was speculating about additional crimes that might be added. Who knows? It might be terrorism one year, something else, whatever catches the government of the day, could be added the next year. So it is a slippery slope, and one does not know where on that slope one will end up. It's also a slippery slope in the definition of what indeed constitutes dual citizenship. And I'm not a lawyer, but I know legal minds have debated this issue. What is a dual citizen, what is not? Some individuals might be born in Canada, never been to some second country, but are nevertheless dual citizens of that country because of the laws of that country. Some people have claimed that Jews are dual citizens in a sense because they have the right to go and live in Israel. So does that make them dual citizens of Canada and Israel? Well, that, under the previous law, might have been a question that went before the courts. But our view is we should just terminate this slippery slope. We should abolish 100% the practice of revoking citizenship for any kind of terrorist or other crime, and therefore the debate will be moot. It won't matter what is dual citizen and what is not, or which crimes are included, because under no circumstances will a person have his or her citizenship revoked for these reasons. So these other secondary slippery slope arguments will simply not arise. And the last point I would make on this issue, Mr. Speaker, is that there is one reason still the case why individuals can have their citizenship revoked, and that has always been on the books, and that is if you misrepresent who you are when you become a citizen. In that situation, that would imply that you don't deserve it to be a citizen because you gave false information in order to become a citizen. And if that is the case, then you can have your citizenship revoked. That has been the case in Canada, I believe, since 1947, and that will remain the case. But there is one thing I might mention that the parliamentary committee might wish to consider. After we came out with our law, certain legal individuals said that when a person has his or her citizenship revoked for this one remaining reason that is allowed, that person may or may not have sufficient right to appeal. And so if the committee, after listening to witnesses, agrees that there is insufficient right to appeal such a decision, then the government and I would certainly be prepared to contemplate such an amendment to our bill, because this makes a more general point. Unlike the previous government, I think, but let's just allow me to talk for this government. We are certainly open to amendments. If there are amendments from either the Liberal side or the opposition side that would improve the bill, we don't claim perfection. So if some members of the committee of either party, of any party, have ideas for how to improve it, we would certainly be open to such suggestions. But I just mentioned this one as a case in point that I heard in the debate following introduction of the bill, that there may not be an adequate right to appeal in the case of citizenship revocation flowing from providing false information. So that covers my first general point, the thing about citizenship revocation. The second area concerns barriers that we think in some cases are unnecessary or inappropriate barriers to citizenship. And there are 4 areas where we will change the previous bill, in some cases substantially.
And I can read the 4 items that we will be changing. First of all, the 2015 measures that required that anyone applying to become a Canadian citizen had to declare their intention to stay in this country after obtaining citizenship. We will eliminate that. That's the first point. The second one, reducing the number of days during which a person must have been physically present. We will change that as well, as I will explain. Withdraw the need to prove they had spent 50% of their time in Canada before they became a resident of Canada in the calculation of their... So that's the case of international students, for example. And fourth, forcing applicants from 14 to 64 to meet knowledge and language requirements. It used to be 18 to 54. So we will go back to what we had previously, that is, requiring this demonstration of this knowledge from 18 to 54.
In turn, the first point concerns intention to reside, that you have to declare before you become a citizen that you intend to reside in Canada. Now, some people in the legal profession were concerned that that could then become a reason to revoke your citizenship. Let's say you stated an intent to reside in Canada, and let's say you were telling the truth, and then your company shifted you to New York to work there or whatever, and your circumstances changed. So it was feared that having invoked this intent to reside, you could subsequently be challenged if your plans changed. So the simplest way to deal with that is to get rid of that provision, which is what we are doing. We are repealing it. We think that was a legitimate concern, and we don't think it merits retaining that element of the bill. The second part is the physical presence requirement. So we believe that people should be required to be physically present in Canada for a certain length of time. We believe that there is significant citizenship fraud, citizens of convenience, so we do want to continue to attack that. So we do not dispute the principle of having a certain length of time in which you have to be physically present in Canada. But we are, I believe, bringing it back to where it was, so, or at least changing it from what the Conservatives did. They had that you have to be physically present in Canada for 4 out of this past 6 years. We are moving to 3 out of the past 5 years, which is somewhat more flexible and also allows citizenship applicants to become citizens 1 year earlier than was the case under their bill. The third item, and this is one where I feel quite strong, well, I feel strongly on the bill as a whole, but this is a case of a particular lack of intelligence, I think, on the part of the previous bill. That if you look at international students, I do think that they are one of the most fertile grounds for new Canadians, because we have an aging population. We really need more immigrants, and who better than international students, in the sense that by definition they're educated, by definition they know something about Canada, almost by definition they can speak English or French. So what better group to solicit in order to become Canadians than international students? So why then do you sort of punch them in the nose instead of courting them by taking away the entitlement they previously had, that 50% of the time they'd spent in Canada as international students would count towards becoming citizens? I think they've clearly earned that entitlement by being here, by learning about Canada, and so on. So I don't see why that entitlement should be removed, and indeed, in this bill, we are restoring it. Some have said to me, why not 100%? Well, one could have that debate. I think 50% might be a good number, but certainly not zero. I think we should go back to where it was and accord 50%. And finally is a simple one on language. Again, we agree in principle that knowing English or knowing French is really important, and we are not abolishing that requirement at all. And research has shown that knowledge of one or more of the official languages helps to predict an individual's success in this country, economically and job-wise. So we are not eliminating that, but we are restoring the age range to where it was, which is the age of 18 to 54 rather than 14 to 64. So I think, Mr. Speaker, en sommaire, il y a deux.
In summary, there are two general areas where, in principle, we did not agree at all with the Conservative legislation. First of all, a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. All Canadians are equal, and there should not be two classes of citizens. And secondly, we want to welcome new arrivals as Canadians, and we don't want the conditions to become a Canadian to be too rigid or difficult.
Marie, it is for those reasons that I am pleased to present to the House our proposals on this Bill C6. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly some of the proposals in this bill may lead to changes or increases or in the workload for visa officers and immigration officers that are processing other lines of businesses outside of the refugee stream. I noticed today in question 19 that was tabled by the Parliamentary Secretary earlier today that if I read this correctly, 220 employees have been temporarily assigned to processing Syrian refugee applications from the central processing region. And I believe, if I'm correct, that the types of business lines that are impacted in there include the processing of spousal sponsorship applications. So I'm wondering if my colleague can tell the House how the transferring of 220 employees affected other business lines during the processing of the Syrian Refugee Initiative. This was up until December 15th of last year. And I note that in the response to this question, it also says that other employees were transferred around. If transferring employees from other business lines, given that they might not be trained on certain activities or whatnot, might impact the processing times for things like spousal sponsorship, if he could explain how the department has been impacted in that regard.
Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
What I could say, Mr. Speaker, is that I certainly make no apology for some employees being transferred around to expedite the Syrian refugee operation. That was a big commitment we made, a big priority, and Canadians, I think, have come to support this initiative. Indeed, even the official opposition has supported our Syrian refugees initiative, so it was a high priority. The way in which we will address processing times for families, as we said in the election, is one, to commit more resources, to hire more individuals, to interview people, and also we will learn from the experience of Syrian refugees. One definition of real change is you do something you've never done before. And the public servants in my department had never done refugees as quickly and efficiently as they did. And so we will learn from the lessons they learned in expediting refugees processing and learn from that how to move way faster on the processing of spouses and other family members. So we will achieve our objectives on processing times, first by more resources, but at least as important, by learning from our experience on the Syrian refugees, importing that experience to make the processes for family processing way more efficient and rapid than they have been in the past.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his comments. I will be commenting about the bill later on today, but I'm interested, the Minister talked about the language issue. There is no question in my mind, of course, speaking some English and French is an important component to this process. But with that being said, many immigrants, when they come here, the question becomes the level of proficiency in the language would need to be examined, I would argue. Under the current system, you must send in results of an accepted third-party test at the equivalent of a Canadian language benchmark level 4 or higher in speaking or listening, or provide proof of completion of secondary or post-secondary program conducted in French or English. And if you do not send in those documents to prove that you have met this requirement, your application for citizenship would not be accepted. Mr. Speaker, I know of many people who are not at that level, but they contribute greatly economically. They pay their taxes, they raise their families, they participate in their community, and if we don't remove these barriers, I'm afraid that it would prevent them from being citizens and ultimately engaging fully in a democratic society, and that is having the right to vote. Further to that, the other piece related to barriers to citizenship is the application fees and the high cost of the fees. Under the Conservative government, the fees have gone up from $100 to $530 for an adult, with an additional $100 for a child. And so that too poses financial barriers for people to access the pathway to citizenship. And I wonder whether or not the Minister would agree with me that both of those items need to be addressed and that he would be taking action in that regard.
Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do agree that both of those are very legitimate, good questions. On the point about the fees, we made no commitment to reduce the fees. It is something we will examine going forward, but this is certainly not in this piece of legislation. On the question of the language, I think there's two issues. There's the age at which the test is applied and the level of the test. What we have amended in this bill is the age, because while I think the honourable member and I both agree that language is important, that traditionally in Canada, some older people would arrive without the best English in the world, and it would improve over time. But certainly their children, and for sure their grandchildren, would have perfect or virtually perfect English or French. And so in our view, to put the age back from up to 54 rather than 64 was in deference in part to older people, although I'm now 65, so I don't regard 54-year-olds as that old, but older compared with many others, we thought was an appropriate move. But on the question of level, I know that that point has been raised by my provincial counterparts from British Columbia, Ontario. We will be meeting next week. We will talk about that. I don't think the level would be in the legislation because it would be a matter for regulation, but it is certainly a legitimate item for discussion at what level should those tests be.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Honourable Minister for his thoughtful contribution to this debate. It has been noted that this legislation will reduce the age period where applicants for citizenship need to demonstrate knowledge and language proficiency to ages 18 to 54. It seems to me this is a fair range. Could the Honourable Minister perhaps discuss with the House why asking a 64-year-old grandmother who is reuniting with her family to pass an English test is a somewhat unfair?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and
Well,
Citizenship.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I think that there always has to be a balance here. I certainly would not deny that it's always a good thing for newcomers to Canada to have a good knowledge of English or a good knowledge of French, or even both. But the balance has to be made between the situation of the newcomers and the situation they're coming to. I think if you're 60 years old and you're coming with perhaps children and a spouse, that it's normal to think that your English language skills would not necessarily be so great as if you were a younger person, because if you're an older person, your children will probably be fluent or near fluent, and certainly your grandchildren. And I think the way we've always done it in this country is that often the people on initial entry had far from perfect English, but then they improved and their children and grandchildren were perfectly fluent. And I think we're trying to seek that balance between, on the one hand, needing the language, and on the other hand, being reasonable in the face of people of varying ages and varying backgrounds. And I'm hoping that what we have come up with in this bill might strike the right balance.
Okay, we have time for another quick question. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Much, Mr. Speaker. According to the IRCC's website, most applications for citizenship will be processed within 12 months if a person has applied after April 1st, 2015, or will be processed by the end of this month, that is March, if their application were received before that date. However, some cases are taking up to 3 years to be processed for the simple reason that a residence questionnaire was issued. So can the Minister explain how it can possibly be fair to delay an application for 3 years simply because of a residence questionnaire?
Years in government is that we inherited a lot of situations that are not at all fair. So there are many egregious issues that I find myself having to address that we have inherited. So I would be the last person to say that everything that's happened in the last 10 years or even the last 6 months is necessarily 100% correct. But I do believe it is true that for the applications for citizenship, there has been progress made, and that people applying today or applying recently will have their application process within 1 year, and that I believe by the end of this year, the backlog will have been reduced very substantially so that overall processing times will be down. But processing times in general are extremely high, and we have to address them on all fronts.
Thank you. Conformément à l'article 38 du...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of our adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi on justice, and the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot, health.
Now resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So much of Canada's history and our history through immigration is a collection of stories, so I'd like to start with a very brief one. On August 29th, 1900, in the village of Zavar in Slovakia, a woman named Maria Krajkovic was born. The town itself was very, it's a farming, very small town, primarily agriculture, and she grew up there. She married a man named Frank Arovic, and they had 2 young daughters named Helen and Stefania. And in the early 1930s, when both of their girls were still quite young, under the age of 10, I believe under the age of 7 actually, Frank decided to travel to Canada to work with the CPR. And that was a very difficult decision at the time, because you can imagine leaving your wife with 2 young daughters at a time when Europe was becoming increasingly more uncertain. It was something that was a quite difficult decision. Maria actually had to sell some of her property, move in with her mom in order to take care of her daughters, while Frank was overseas working to save enough money and send money back to the family. And thankfully Maria was quite a talented seamstress and needlework, and she made beautiful lace and was able to support a small amount of living for her daughters. However, in the late 1930s, things became very unstable in Slovakia. It was actually in March of 1939, I believe, when things got really, really serious. And I don't have my dates correct here, and I should for telling a story, but I believe it was in November 1940 where essentially Hitler's Nazis took over the country. So it was a very bleak time indeed for the citizens of Zavar. So in in July of 1938, Maria did all of the paperwork and it was very difficult at this time to get her 2 young daughters to a point where she could travel overseas and join her husband in Canada. And that actually happened in July of 1938, so right before all of this happened. They actually traveled to Winnipeg to start a home, and at this time, Helen was 15 years old. They didn't come to Canada with anything, like nothing. So Helen had to work to clean homes. She put herself, while she worked close to 15-hour days, she actually put herself through school in the evening to learn English. And she worked really hard, and she ended up marrying a man who was 25 years her senior, and she had 5 girls, and they farmed in Starbuck. And she has been known to say that you're lucky if you got 1 good year out of 5. When her daughters were all very young, she was widowed, and she had to make the decision to move into Winnipeg with her 5 young girls as a widow. She worked 2 jobs to put food on the table, and one of her 5 girls, Kim, recounts not seeing her mom very often, but Kim put herself through school as well. She got married very young. She had 2 daughters named Sherry and Michelle. And Kim went back to school when she was in her 30s, and Helen decided that she was going to spend her retirement years raising Sherry and Michelle. And she imparted many values of Slovak heritage, hard work, and ethic into those girls. And I have my family's Voyage of Passage, actually the original one, here today. And I remember when I found this document in my grandmother's house as we were packing her house up to put her into an assisted living facility. And I remember asking her, you know, why would you make the decision to do this? This was, you know, why did great-grandma bring the family overseas? And she said to me, we did it to be safe, to be free, to build our future and yours, and to build a better country. And with that in my heart, I find myself here today in Canada's Parliament speaking to this bill before us today. So Canada is a country of immigrants who stand on the traditional lands of and shoulder to shoulder with First Nations and Aboriginal peoples, who bring their wealth of experience, their thoughts, their hopes, their desires, and their dreams together under a banner of pluralism, of freedom, and of language. This makes us unique. Our diversity is our competitive advantage. It keeps our economy growing. It keeps our public policy discourse vibrant. It enriches our civil society, and it keeps us hopeful and optimistic. And because of this, in my view, immigration policy in Canada should never be about why. It should be about how. And in this, I believe that my Liberal colleagues and I are united. This bill contains a lot of how. It contains fundamental changes to how and under what circumstances we grant citizenship into our country. And for that, it should be scrutinized carefully and objectively, which I will try to do now. First of all, this bill has several components. The first component the Minister has already spoke to, and it's the removes the grounds of the revocation of Canadian citizenship that relate to national security. So the Minister spoke at length at this. You know, I am really enjoying this critic portfolio because I do believe that many of the public policy challenges that we will be facing in the next 10, 20 years in Canada, especially since we have an aging workforce, immigration is core to those challenges, and immigration policy is core to dealing with those challenges. And I do believe that new Canadians enrich and strengthen our country, their experiences and perspectives, as much as, you know, my experience is grounded in the experience of immigrants. It makes us stronger. As I said, it leads to more vibrant public policy. My concern with this particular element of this bill is that, first of all, it is the government's first priority. It does revoke the citizenship of a convicted terrorist, and I don't think that we can be glib or flippant about that. I will be the first one to admit that this particular section of this bill was highly contentious during the election campaign. But because it was contentious doesn't absolve us in this place of the ability and the duty to speak to it. I find it very shocking that this is the government's first priority in this bill, and I don't accept the argument that this it somehow created two classes of citizen. It does not. And there are other grounds by which citizenship can be revoked, which the Minister didn't really speak to. I was looking at, during the Minister's speech, an article about, I believe that there were 2 Nazi war criminals in, I think it was 2007, that had their citizenship revoked. Citizenship can still be revoked on grounds of fraudulent methods. So there are other provisions in a Canadian law, which this bill does not change, that allows for citizenship revocation. The discussion here around this provision boils down to at what point and what we value about Canadian citizenship. The Liberal government have put forward the following argument, that if you are a convicted terrorist and you are a dual national citizenship, that the government believes that you can serve your term out in jail, and that is an appropriate penalty for that. The alternative to that is that if you are a dual national citizen and you have committed a terrorist act against Canada, which does affect all Canadians, as what we saw here in October of 2014 affected all Canadians, that your citizenship should be revoked. So I would ask the Liberals that as we go forward in debate here, I'm trying to be very respectful of this, that we don't debase this conversation to a fallacy, that it creates two classes of Canadian citizenship. What it's done, what it is a choice on punishment for a very serious act against our nation. This bill makes a choice in that regard. And for that reason, I oppose this particular section of the bill. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? 10 minutes. Second section of this bill removes the requirement that an applicant intend, if granted citizenship, to continue to reside in Canada. As I was cleaning out this trunk in my grandmother's basement, it's incredible. I found newspaper clippings from the 1940s, the Winnipeg Free Press, which talked about the role of the Slovak community during the wartime and its sort of nascent roots that were forming in Winnipeg. And those people that moved to Winnipeg, my family, my ancestors, it wasn't all about tough times, it was about joy. My great-grandma wrote a play. She was an actor. I guess there's, something that was inherited in there. But, she contributed to the community. I found records of my great-grandfather who fundraised for the Slovak Catholic parish in Winnipeg. When you come to Canada, when we celebrate immigration and we celebrate diversity, we should be celebrating the fact that we want people to stay here and enjoy the experience of being a Canadian and contribute back into our country. It's what's made us amazing. Yeah. it's what we should be celebrating as we're working up to Canada's 150th anniversary. And I think it's quite reasonable, given that this is the spirit that binds our pluralism together, to say that when you want to become a Canadian citizen, you intend to stay here and make this nation stronger, as we commit to do the same for you. And I think that by taking this out, that actually removes the spirit and the intent that was put in this section of the previous legislation. The third component of this bill seeks to reduce the number of days during which a person must have been physically present in Canada before applying for citizenship. The same argument applies there. There was, I was reading the committee testimony for the bill that was previously before Parliament, which made some of these changes. And some of the quotes can kind of be distilled into, the longer an individual lives, works, or studies in Canada, the greater connection that person will have to our beautiful and special country. So I don't see this as a punitive measure. I don't. I say, you know, if you want to become a citizen of this country, and I hope you do, if you become a citizen of this country and you want to participate in, if you want to run for office, or if you want to vote, or all of the privileges that are accorded with Canadian citizenship, that time in which you're spending here is something that gives you a greater understanding of Canadian pluralism. That what unites us are things like gender equality, freedom of speech, freedom of sexual orientation, the things that allow us to function and coexist as a nation of many nations under the same common banner. You need to experience that to be a Canadian citizenship, and that's where the spirit of this change was. And that's my concern with reducing it as well. I also don't think that this provides an unnecessary barrier. I'm looking forward to witnesses at committee that can argue otherwise, but going into that debate, my sense here is that it imparts the value of Canadian citizenship, and it imparts to people who are going through the citizenship process that Canada wants to invest in you during that process. We want to welcome you into our cultural institutions. We want you to learn what it means to be a Canadian citizen. We want you to understand the public policy dialogue. The fourth section deals with, it limits the requirement to demonstrate the knowledge of Canada and one of its official languages to applicants between the ages of 18 and 54. Previously, that restriction was set at 64 years old. You know, Mr. Speaker, we often talk about one of the public policy challenges that we'll be dealing with in the next 10 years is how we continue to knit together Canada's pluralism, what I just spoke about, as we increase and embrace more Canadians. And I will add that our government did welcome over 1.6 million new Canadians to Canada during its time in office, which was a significant number, and it was also year over year on an annualized basis, significantly more than the previous government did. I applaud their efforts to look at the citizenship numbers and situations, but I also think that to give credit where credit due is we did increase that number significantly. But as we continue to do that, and as we look at our pluralism, there are many things that unite us, and language is one of them. Language is a unifier. Language binds us together. It allows us to have shared common experiences, to communicate together, and I really strongly believe that rather than talking about reducing the age limit, that what we should be talking about is if it is a barrier for someone over that age, and 55, you know, Mr. Speaker, I would argue isn't that old. You know, 55 is probably the new 18. I don't know, but it's not that old. Somebody at 55 years old or 54 still, I would argue, has a significant amount of life experience to contribute. And I would say that if it's a barrier to learning the language, then how do we overcome the barrier? You know, one of the things that concerns me about the Syrian Refugee Initiative are reports that new immigrants and new people coming to Canada through that initiative are waiting for months for access to language training services. So I'm not sure why the government's first reaction in this bill is to lower the language requirements rather than saying, how can we help you learn the language? It's important. It allows you to participate in so many different facets of Canadian society in a way that opens doors to you. It allows you to experience so many different things. And to me, that's why I think language proficiency is so important. And again, I'm really curious as to why the government would reduce this, and it's something that I look forward to hearing about at committee as well too, because my gut reaction to this after, I found some of my grandmother's notes, and she worked 15 years old. She worked so hard to learn English. She put herself through that program herself. I think that we should be asking, how can we help someone do that, rather than just reducing the requirement at the first instance. There are other components of this bill which are, I believe, they're more technical amendments, which I do support. But overall, I just feel that, especially in the context of the government's tabling of its immigration levels report yesterday, the government has made a significant change to the ratio at which we have people who come to Canada under economic immigrations classes like the federal skilled worker programs versus those who come in through streams such as the refugee initiative. A separate policy argument for a separate time. But in the context of the provisions of this bill, those numbers are very important. When we're talking about a 250% increase to refugees coming into Canada, and our first reaction is to lower the language barrier, or is not, well, I hope we lower the language barrier. I hope we can have, language training services. But the age in which you can become a Canadian citizen without language proficiency, that's an issue. When we talk about changing the intent to reside in Canada, when we're increasing overall numbers of immigrants to Canada, I think that that's an issue. How are we providing services? And then, Mr. Speaker, I asked a question to the minister earlier, which is serious. There are so many people who want to come to our country that processing times are an issue. It's something I hear about every day, spousal sponsorship processing times. How can we fix that? So if we're changing the system in such a way, and we're changing the formula by which how many people come to this country, and we don't have a plan to resource that, either through processing times or providing a long-term housing to somebody who's come through the Syrian, my colleague from the NDP, and I can't remember her riding name, but she's in Vancouver, Spikes, Vancouver East. She talks about 70% of Syrian refugees still being in temporary accommodations. And I think regardless of political stripe, that's something that we need to be concerned about. So, Mr. Speaker, my concern with this bill is that it puts the cart before the horse in a lot of ways, that it looks at issues that perhaps aren't of utmost concern with regard to immigration policy in Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, I hope that we can come to some sort of consensus, because this is something that is going to affect our country over the next 10 years. We need people from other countries to ensure that skilled labor isn't a determinant to economic growth, that we have access, that we are meeting our humanitarian obligations overseas, that we are looking at family reunification, but we're doing it in a way that's resourced, in the context of a budget that's manageable, and in the context of an overall plan for the economy that allows that Canadian advantage, that thing that brought my great-grandmother over with 2 young girls and nothing else to this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this, and I hope I've conveyed my thoughts in a very nonpartisan manner, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I would not agree with the Honourable Member from Calgary Nose Hill, whether it comes to myself, taking a personal example of myself or my parents. I came to Canada in January 1984 and got my citizenship on July the 17th, 1987. From day one when I moved to Canada, I felt proud Canadian, even though I was not a Canadian citizen at that time. And I went to University of Calgary. I came to this country without speaking any English. I was able to secure a degree in engineering, a postgrad diploma in energy management and utilization. Now hold 2 professional designations, professional engineer and a BC land surveyor. And most importantly, as member mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, the people of Surrey Newton gave me a privilege to sit in this House in 2006 and then 8 and now. I don't feel I'm any less Canadian because I had only 3 years of residency in Canada when I applied for citizenship, or I would be a better citizen if I would have had to wait another year. And I would ask the honourable member this question, that when taking a personal example like myself, does she feel that I'm any less Canadian because I was here only 3 years and not 4 years?
Good question.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would say to my colleague opposite that, and I would offer that it's experiences like his that enrich our country. When we talk about adding to the intellectual capital of this country, it's experiences like his. When we talk about building the economy in this country, it's experiences like his. And I think, he asked about being Canadian. We are having a conversation about the value of Canadian citizenship. I think we agree that the value of Canadian citizenship is very high. The comment that I made in my speech around this bill with regard to the residency requirement stands. I think him and I both value very dearly what our country can bring to us and what we can bring to them. And I think by having the extra year that we added, and the spirit there was to ensure that those coming to Canada have a full experience and the ability for Canada to invest in them and vice versa. I don't think we're offside on this at all. And, when I listen to his story, it makes me proud to have a Canadian citizenship too, because our country is a place where that story can happen. And also, somebody stand in the House of Commons today to have this policy debate going forward. So congratulations to him, and I hope that we can continue this debate going forward.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? The honourable member for Longueuil, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, which was very touching, was very nice. And I'd like to congratulate her for having the confidence to share a family story like that here in the House. She told it with a lot of emotion, and her family must be very proud. And she's right to say that the journey that led her to become an MP here with the great work that she's doing, well, she can be very proud of that, and as can her family. But I think it's important that we recognize that there are certain abuses, certain excesses in the legislature, or the legislation provided by the previous government. As federal members, there are a lot of people who come to ask us for help with citizenship issues, and I heard a lot of stories from people in my riding who said that they weren't able to pay for the fees that kept going up and going up, with the delays that were going up as well, and sometimes it took so long that they no longer had the means to pay, even though they had the means to pay at the beginning. Could my colleague please comment on that?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I thank my colleague for his question, and I think it's one that's worthy of study and debate for all parties in this House. As I mentioned at the start of my speech, I do really believe that Canada's immigration policy will inform many different areas of public policy in the next 10 and 20 years, including growth of the economy, provision of skilled labor, how our culture continues to enrich, how we participate in the global stage. So, how we manage and resource our immigration processing system is one that's worthy of study. The cost coming there is worthy of study as well, and it's one that I would encourage him to bring up as or through one of his colleagues as a study at Immigration Committee for the House to look at and consider.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her speech and her excellent work in general on this very important file. I think our caucus believes deeply that citizenship needs to have value. And in fact, it's many new Canadians who particularly appreciate the value of that citizenship, perhaps in some cases because they've had experience in other countries with more challenging environments. Now, what this bill does, in my view, is it reduces the value of citizenship by allowing someone to be involved in terrorism, which completely goes against Canadian values, and also to not have the intention of living in Canada at all. This potentially toxic combination reduces the value of our citizenship, and that really the changes that we brought in helped to increase the value of citizenship, and that's why so many new Canadians supported those changes. So I wonder if the member could comment specifically on the value of citizenship and why our approach more emphasizes that key concept.
Honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
I'm going to try and have another shockingly nonpartisan moment here. We'll see if I succeed. My Liberal colleague shared a story of his journey to Canada and how he's contributed to his country. And his question was whether we thought of him any less of a Canadian. And my response was no. We need more of that. We need all of that. We need that from around the world. And I think we have to be very careful when we talk about the value of citizenship. I think we have to talk more about intent. When we're looking at citizenship as a mean to bolster Canada in the long term in a wide variety of areas, we should be looking at, if somebody wants to come to Canada and reside here and contribute, how do we help them succeed? How do we resource that? If their intent is not to do that, then how do we treat that situation? This is where you can tie in the components of it is a choice on what we do with dual nationals who've convicted a terrorist act. What is the punishment of that? And I think we need to divorce that conversation from the fact that there are so many people who don't even think about value of Canadian citizenship. They think about how to participate in the Canadian economy, how to participate in our culture on a day-to-day basis. And I'm hoping that as we go forward and as we have this debate on this bill, that we really, as I said at the start of my speech, focus on how we deal with immigration rather than looking at why.
Honourable member for Fredericton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And the member opposite, on the beginning of her speech, I actually thought it was quite elegant, and I agreed up to a certain point, although I would have some fundamental disagreements with the philosophy she espoused since. I'd also like to suggest that the member from Surrey Newton's comments and his experience essentially, in my view, validate what we're trying to espouse through this new bill and what the Minister of Citizenship, Immigration and Refugees is leading here. One of the points that the member opposite didn't get to in her speech was the return of partial credits to international students who come to study at our world-class universities. And I'm proud in Fredericton to boast of two such universities, the University of New Brunswick and St. Thomas University, who attract smart, intelligent, high-skilled, capable international students every year who could contribute so much to the community I live in, to the province of New Brunswick, who need these young, industrious, entrepreneurial, social leaders to stay and be a part of our communities. I'd like the member opposite to comment on her support of the initiative to return some of the credit to international students who come to our communities and who can contribute so much to Canada.
60 seconds or less. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
In the government's immigration levels report yesterday, the government significantly changed the formula under which how many people can come to Canada. And I think that raises a lot of questions, including this particular stream. How does the entry of international students, and I'm not arguing for or against, but it's a question to ask and then resource appropriately. How does the entry of international students affect placement for Canadians who are attending post-secondary institutions? I spent most of my career in PSE, and I know international students definitely add that. That's a wonderful thing. But given the significant change yesterday in the immigration levels report, I think that there's more questions that the government has to answer with regard to their plan to resource and support people of any immigration stream coming into Canada.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Bill C6 is an act to amend the Conservatives' Bill C24, the so-called Strengthening Canadian Citizenship Act. To put Bill C-6 in context, we must first, of course, examine the content of Bill C-24. During the 41st Parliament, the Conservatives made significant changes to the Citizenship Act under Bill C-24. Effectively, the Conservatives' Bill C-24 created two classes of citizens in which Canadians with dual citizens are treated as second-class citizens. Many experts repeatedly pointed out that the bill was likely unconstitutional and do not respect international law. The NDP opposed Bill C-24 from the beginning, and at second reading, the NDP called on the Conservatives to withdraw the bill. The Conservatives refused, and despite our opposition, they rammed Bill C-24 through without amendment. Then in June 2014, Bill C-24 received royal assent, and since then, the NDP have been asking for the bill to be repealed. And as it happens, during the election campaign, the Prime Minister made the promise, and particularly in the Chinese media, that he would repeal Bill C-24 if he formed government. Well, as you may have guessed, Bill C-6 does not repeal Bill C-24 in its entirety. The NDP is disappointed that the Prime Minister is failing to deliver on his promise to repeal Bill C-24, but we welcome the provisions of Bill C-6. Worth mentioning are the following amendments: removing the ability to revoke citizenship on national interest grounds, removing the obligation for a new citizen to declare intent to reside in Canada, restoring the length of time a permanent resident must actually be present in Canada to qualify for citizenship to 3 years. That's 1,095 days over the last 5 years. Restoring the right to count 2 years of temporary residence towards the required presence in Canada, eliminating the requirement that an applicant must have been present in Canada for 183 days in 4 out of the 6 years, and removing the requirement for the language and knowledge examinations to permanent residents aged 14 to 17 and 55 to 64. The NDP support these provisions. First and foremost, we fundamentally believe that all Canadians should be treated equally under the law. The Conservatives' Bill C-24 created two classes of citizens, some with more rights than that of others, and disproportionately immigrants to Canada, their children and grandchildren, those with dual or multiple citizenships are deemed to have less rights than those who are born in Canada. If a Canadian is charged with a criminal offence, let him and her be brought in front of the Canadian justice system and be tried fairly, independently, and equally under the Canadian judicial system. And if found guilty, let him or her be sentenced under the same principles of fairness, independence, and equality. The Canadian Bar Association, the Canadian Association of Refugee Lawyers, the Canadian Council for Refugees, the Civil Liberties Association of BC, and many respected academics all said that the former Bill C-24 is likely unconstitutional and does not respect international law. In fact, there were already a court challenge of Bill C-24. Josh Patterson, the executive director of the BC Civil Liberties Association, said, and I quote, "All Canadians used to have the same citizenship rights no matter what their origins. We were all equal under the law. Now this law has divided us into classes of citizens, those who can lose their citizenship and those who can't. Bill C-24 is anti-immigrant, anti-Canadian, and anti-democratic. It undermines quite literally what it means to be Canadian," end quote. And I'm glad, Mr. Speaker, that Bill C-6 addresses this concern, and this concern will be no more after the passage of Bill C-6. Building from that basic fundamental principle, repealing the intent to reside provision of Bill C-24 is also a step in the right direction. The freedom of mobility, including the ability to leave the country, is very clearly enshrined in Section 6 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The intent to reside provision in Bill C-24 was vague, difficult to prove, confusing for citizenship applicants, and ignored the changing realities of people. Someone can intend to reside, but life circumstances, such as a relative in another country becoming severely ill, could interrupt that intention. Work obligations could also alter that intention. And in fact, during the campaign, I came across someone who has dual citizenship in the United States. And as it happens, she is in the film industry. She travels a lot with her work. Sometimes she's away for a week. Other times she may be away for a year or more. There is no telling. It's all subject to her work. With Bill C-24, she was concerned that her intent to reside in Canada could be challenged, and she may lose her citizenship. And Mr. Speaker, this is just plain wrong. And I'm glad that Bill C-6 addresses this concern. The Conservatives' Bill C-24 also made the pathway to citizenship for immigrants harder, longer, and frankly, with other measures, more expensive to obtain. Accessibility to citizenship is the ultimate pathway to your right to fully participate in a democratic society. The cornerstone of a democracy is embedded in having the right to vote. Creating additional barriers to access to citizenship only serves to undermine our democratic institution. To that end, the NDP also supports the measure in Bill C-6, which returned physical presence requirements to what it was prior to Bill C-24, allowing time in Canada prior to obtaining permanent residence to partially count toward the physical presence requirement. As I previously mentioned, there are a countless number of legitimate situations which could require a permanent resident or citizen to leave the country for an extended period of time. Restoring the old physical presence requirements are a step in the right direction, and recognizing this as giving at least partial credit for the time spent in this country before obtaining permanent residence. Mr. Speaker, Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada, IRCC officials, take their work seriously and work judiciously in ensuring that every permanent resident meets the requirements to become a new Canadian. The Conservative form of Bill C-24 was brought in under the pretext that the provisions within the bill strengthen the meaning of being a Canadian, when in fact, I would argue, it served to undermine many of our strongly held Canadian values and principles. And as stated by Mitch Goldberg, president of the Canadian Association of Refugee Lawyers, and I quote, "Instead of welcoming new Canadians, the new Citizenship Act discriminates against them," end quote. Bill C-6 rectifies this, and the NDP welcomes the amendments proposed under Bill C-6. Now, with that being said, I would be remiss if I do not turn my attention to what is missing in Bill C-6 as well. First, on the right to judicial review before losing citizenship. And I was glad to hear the minister reference this and his willingness to entertain amendments. Prior to Bill C-24, an individual who was accused of fraud and risked having their citizenship revoked could request a hearing before a federal court judge who would review the minister's evidence. A final decision would then be made by Governor and Council. Bill C-24 allowed the minister to make a decision based on a review of paperwork with no right to a judicial hearing. The NDP believes that a citizen facing revocation should always have the right to a hearing before an independent and impartial decision maker. Under Bill C-6, which was tabled, we believe that the Liberals agree with that as well. In fact, the Liberals tabled an amendment to Bill C-24, which would provide the right to full appeal to the federal court in the case of citizenship revocation proceedings. In support of the amendment, a Liberal member stated quite clearly, Canadians deserve the right to appeal with regard to citizenship. But today, the Liberals' Bill C-6 does not deliver on that sentiment, and the Liberals' failure to address this feature of Bill C-24 means, I'm afraid, that there may still be constitutional challenges that would be viable of the Citizenship Act. Second, on the issue regarding people charged with a criminal offense abroad, Bill C-6 does not amend the provision which prohibits granting citizenship to anyone charged with or serving a sentence for a criminal offense abroad. This broad measure fails to account for countries dealing with corruption within government and the judicial system, as well as governments engaging in political prosecution. The Canadian Bar Association and others have further argued that this prohibition was far too broad and created significant inequalities between applicants depending on their country of origin. Additionally, the Canadian Bar Association has suggested that these cases are best dealt with by the Immigration and Refugee Act and the Immigration and Refugee Board, where cases can be determined on their individual merits. And the NDP agrees with the recommendation of the Canadian Bar Association. Third, discretionary citizenship discretionary citizenships granted by the minister. Bill C-6 does not require the minister to disclose cases where citizenship is granted for discretionary reasons, the frequency of citizenship granted, or the reasons for granting citizenship at all. And we want to, of course, ensure that privacy rights are respected and that we should work within those boundaries. But it is problematic, though, to not make available information because it speaks to the lack of transparency. And given that the recent example we've seen of, I think, the hyper-partisan former Minister of Citizenship and Immigration under the Conservatives, I think we need more transparency and accountability. Fourth, on the issue of language. While Bill C-6 would revoke the changes made by Bill C-24 by bringing back the language knowledge requirements for applicants aged 18 to 54 instead of those aged 14 to 64, however, the threshold for language proficiency under Bill C-24 remains. Under the current system, you must send in results of an accepted third-party test at the equivalent of Canadian language benchmark level 4 or higher in speaking or listening, or provide proof of completion of a secondary or post-secondary program conducted in French or English. If you do not send in documents to prove that you have met this requirement, your application for citizenship will not be accepted. Mr. Speaker, the higher language requirement does not demonstrate that you are somehow more Canadian. As well, Bill C-6 maintains the requirement for citizenship applicants to pass a knowledge test about Canada in one of the 2 official languages. So effectively, this amounts to double testing and does not really represent an individual's ability to function and succeed in Canada. Many immigrants have come to Canada who have not been able to read and write in French or English at the proficiency level that is currently required, but have worked hard, paid taxes, raised their families, contributed to our society, and become an integral part of our communities. I can share with you the story of my own family. My mother, we all came, and none of us spoke English. And to this day, I would say this: if my mother was put to a test such as the one that exists right now, I would suggest that she would likely fail that test. But in all of her life, since she immigrated here, she worked first as a farm worker, making $10 a day to support a family of 8. Then she got a minimum wage job at a restaurant where she retired at 65, and she supported her family every single day with those efforts. She spoke minimum English, Mr. Speaker, enough to get through, enough to support her family, enough to vote and understand what voting means and what democracy means. But with that being said, I would argue that the proficiency test is way too high for far too many immigrants, and that must change. Fifth, on the issue of financial barriers, Bill C-6 does not address how much a permanent resident should pay for his citizenship application to be processed by the ministry. Citizenship processing fees have increased from $100 to $530 since February 2014 under the Conservatives, and this is on top of the additional $100 right of citizenship fee. For a family of 4, they have to pay $1,460. That's more than a month's rent for many. A family's bank account should not be the deciding factor on whether or not they can become a Canadian citizen. And I really hope that the Liberal government would change this. Access and the pathway to citizenship is critical for all immigrants. Let's make it easier and not harder to attain. Bill C-6 does not make access to citizenship financially accessible for many permanent residents and their family. And I do hope that the Liberal government acts to reduce the financial barriers on the path to citizenship. 6, ensuring fair processing delays. Under the Conservatives, the processing delays for citizenship applications exploded to 24 months for regular cases and 36 months for non-routine cases. the Liberals have committed to processing all applications received before April 1st, 2015 by March 31st, 2016 to process new applications within a 12-month period. However, this one-year delay does not apply to non-routine cases, which often only call this way because of a resident questionnaire was issued. This creates an enormous gap of 24 months, perpetrating a two-tier system, and we believe that this should be changed as well. Mr. Speaker, the NDP will continue to push the Liberal government to take these measures and to act urgently on lengthy wait times, huge backlogs, on the issue around family reunification, on parents and grandparents reunification, and the barriers to citizenship that still remain in place. New Canadians provide countless benefits to this country every single day. We see many of those Canadians in this very chamber, some elected for the first time, others are returning members. I think that's the testimony of who we are and speaks about the strength of Canada. To harness that, those rules that create barriers for access to citizenship must be changed. This deserves a system, in my view, that recognizes all immigrants for their contributions in making Canada the wonderful country that it is. We are built on a multicultural community basis. Let's harness those strengths, eliminate the barriers, and make sure Canada, in its process, in its policies, in its approach, is truly Canadian and reflects our multicultural values. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
For, just trying to think here, it is Laurentide, l'honorable député de Laurentide.
Honourable member for Laurentide-Labelle. Thank you.
The member has gone to great lengths to tell us why Bill C-24 was a terrible bill, and I appreciate your support on this issue. The Conservative government went to great lengths to devalue Canadian citizenship, to make Canadians unequal, to separate Canadians by the age of their stock. The minister warned that revocation of citizenship on the basis of a particular crime is a slippery slope. It is a sentiment with which I could not agree more. I have citizenship in 2 countries and eligibility for citizenship in 2 more. I have never been to any of those 3 countries, other than Canada, where I either have or I'm eligible to have citizenship. My 2-year-old daughter has multiple citizenships as well. Between my wife, myself, and my daughter, we are either citizens of or eligible to be citizens of Canada, Ireland, the Philippines, Spain, and Israel. This is the result of being from the families of immigrants from all over the world. It does not even list the numerous countries like France, Turkey, Poland, and Australia, where I have ancestry but not citizenship. I am the result of that very Canadian story of immigrants coming from everywhere, getting together, and creating new generations of Canadians. Why, Mr. Speaker, should my daughter be subject to a slippery slope whereby she could be stripped of her Canadian citizenship and sent to another country in which she has theoretical eligibility for citizenship, but has never been and may not even have the intention to explore? I will ask her in a few years because of breaking that law, breaking a law that a particular government has passed. What value is Canadian citizenship, Mr. Speaker, if we give the government the right to revoke it at will? What is a Canadian, if not a Canadian? Mr. Speaker, the member's comments on C-24 are essentially correct, and I want to thank her for helping us on the road to fixing a decade of mistakes on this file by the last government. It is not the only error they made, and it's not the only one we'll be seeking her help to help us rectify.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments and for sharing some of his family history with us. I wholeheartedly agree that individuals with dual citizenship, or can have dual citizenship, or multiple citizenship for that matter, should be treated the same as any other Canadian in this country. That is the premise of who we are. That is exactly the Canadian value that we talk about. And it's not just me or the NDP who says this. Lawyers, people who are well-versed with our Canadian Charter of Rights, with international law, echo that point of view as well. So to that end, I am glad to see Bill C-6 being debated in this House to address some of these concerns. And the member is absolutely right. There's still much more work to be done, and I look forward to his support on some of the issues that I had identified that's missing in Bill C-6 that we need action on. And let's hope and let's work together to make Canada a better place.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is striking how the government caucus is so keen to spread absolute misinformation about the existing bill that is being changed. They gloss over the fact that this bill strips citizenship from convicted terrorists. Nobody needs to worry about this bill unless they plan on committing an act of terrorism. Those are those people who are liable to lose their citizenship. Our position is that convicted terrorists do not have a right to be part of the Canadian family if they aren't going to accept our fundamental values. Now, the bill leaves in place, though, the option of stripping citizenship from those who obtain their citizenship fraudulently. So I wonder if the member could comment, does she see this as an inconsistency? That the government says a person can lose their citizenship. In fact, a dual citizen can be stripped of their citizenship if they obtain their citizenship fraudulently, but not if they were involved in terrorism. Does this not seem to suggest the opposite of their rhetoric, and in fact, that they regard fraud as a more serious matter than terrorism?
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is, in the Canadian system, under the judicial system, and if you commit a crime, whatever crime it is, whether it be a crime of national interest or any other crime, you should undergo the Canadian judicial system equally, fairly, independently. And everyone should go through that process. No one should be able to escape that process through a trial and then, if found convicted, through the sentencing process as well. You don't end up having a two-tier process of what that sentencing might be, dependent on your place of origin. With that being said, on the issue around fraud, the member actually raises a slightly different point in this sense. When the person makes application, when they're committing fraud in their application, they're effectively putting false information. They're lying about the information that they're putting forward. And if that is the case, then there needs to be a mechanism to address that. And I think that's what the bill speaks to.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Rimouski.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. I'm very happy that we are going to be voting in favour of C6 at second reading. In the past, Bill C-24 was adopted, and some of the problems we'd identified with it are being rectified here with C6, but we were the official opposition at the time, and what we were opposed to was a discretional power granted to the minister. It's not the only example we saw. We saw discretional powers under various pieces of legislation to the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Public Safety, and in this case to the Minister of Immigration. I remember full well that the Liberal opposition of the day also opposed the new discretionary powers being given to ministers who could make decisions without necessarily going through the regular processes and formalities. So I wonder if my colleague can tell me what she thinks about those provisions and the importance of those provisions that give additional discretionary powers to the minister, and what she would suggest to deal with that issue. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question, the critic for finance. With his history, having been here when Bill C-24 was tabled and having gone through the debate, and I very much appreciate the issue and the concern around discretionary powers given to the minister. This bill, Bill C-6, does not actually address that. It still allows for the minister to have that discretionary power to revoke a citizenship. And what I hope the government will do and urge the government to do is to, in fact, go back to the system where it was and put that authority to revoke a citizenship before, again, an independent independent body through the federal court system, and for the federal court judge to make that decision. That is the best way to do it openly, with accountability, and to ensure politics stays out of somebody's citizenship.
We have time for one more short question. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable member from Vancouver East for supporting most of the intent of the bill C6. Mr. Speaker, as you know, and I'm sure every member will agree, that immigration file is one of the top files that Minister of Immigration is handling. The regressive policies that the former government brought in 10 years, I can proudly say that this minister tried to correct that in the first 30 days of sitting, and I would like to ask this honourable member this question. Is he satisfied that the minister is doing a great work and is heading in the right direction?
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. I would remind the member this. Actually, in fact, the Prime Minister during the campaign made a commitment to the Chinese community, particularly through the Chinese media, that if the Prime Minister formed government, that he would repeal Bill C-24 in its entirety. I would have to say, if you use that as a measurement, a barometer to what is happening right now with Bill C-6, it actually falls short, Mr. Speaker. But with that being said, as I mentioned, I do support the measures brought forward under Bill C-6 for the most part. There are areas that I had identified where I think it needs further action, and I hope that I can count on the member's support in that regard. I know that the member actually made a comment in the media for the citizenship language issue, and particularly the proficiency and the level of the language. And I hope that I can count on his support to get his government and his minister to move in that right direction, to reduce the proficiency level and to recognize the contributions of immigrants in that regard. As well, I hope that I can count on the member's support on the financial barriers as well, and to reduce the application fees to apply for citizenship. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to note at this time that I will be splitting my time with my friend from Surrey Newton. Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure to rise today to speak on the government's plan to repeal the unfair provisions found under the Citizenship Act that were passed in the previous Parliament under Bill C-24 that allowed for the revocation of dual or multiple nationals Canadian citizenship on national interest grounds. Once again, our government is delivering on our commitments that we promised Canadians during last year's federal election. From my perspective, Bill C-24 is not only a bill that personally affects the lives of many of my constituents, it also affects many Canadians across this country. And I note that in the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizens speech, he basically articulated two broad principles that governed the intent behind Bill C-6. He enunciated that first and foremost, and this was something that we had heard throughout the campaign, was the concept of a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian, and that we found offensive the notion of dual class, or two different types of classes of Canadian citizens. The second concept that was articulated by the minister was with respect to making changes or peeling back the changes that were found in Bill C-24 that imposed new barriers on welcoming Canadians to this country and becoming citizens, and that there were a series of provisions, namely 4 provisions within Bill C-6 that attempts to bring back a much more welcoming atmosphere to becoming a Canadian citizen. And I think those are very important principles. But I actually want to focus on 2 different principles. And I want to note, first of all, I really appreciated the speech coming from my friend from the New Democratic Party, the member for Vancouver East, who I thought articulated in very clear terms reasons why her particular party would be supporting the provisions of Bill C-6. And I think she also put forth some legitimate criticisms that she found that we did not necessarily go far enough in Bill C-6. And I take the point that the minister raised, that this government, and this is a reflection of this particular government, that we remain open to reasonable changes. And that, for example, some of the issues that she articulated would be something that this government would definitely entertain. And I want to get to those two broad principles that I want to articulate in the short time that I have to talk about Bill C-6 that I felt were particularly offensive under Bill C-24. The first concept that I wanted to advance, which was, I think, a central theme that had been articulated by the previous government, and in particular by the former Minister of Citizenship and Immigration, Chris Alexander, was the concept that citizenship was a privilege as opposed to a right. And for me, fundamentally, I have a very severe disagreement with the former minister's particular position on this substantive theme. From my perspective, the whole concept, in the way Minister Alexander had framed it, the Strengthening Canadian Citizenship Act, was in terms of somehow that citizenship was somehow a privilege. And from my perspective, once it is conferred, it attaches rights. You have obligations and responsibilities that come with citizenship, but it confers rights that are protected, as my friend from Vancouver East noted, specifically in the Charter. And so, from my perspective, once it is legitimately acquired, the concept of citizenship, it should not be and capriciously taken away. And that gets me to the second concept that I wanted to raise. And again, I note that my friends in the New Democratic Party touched upon this particular theme, both in the comments from my friend from Vancouver East, as well as from the question from the finance critic for the NDP. And that is the concept of the encroachment of executive power and the lack of procedural due process that was found under Bill C-24. And again, this was very much a concept that I feel fundamentally is something that I deeply oppose. And I take the comments that my friend from Vancouver East noted, that she remains to be concerned that there needs to be a judicial process, procedural due process whenever citizenship is stripped away. And I think this government would be amenable to those kinds of amendments to this particular bill. But it was specifically, in the previous government's perspective, the ability to grant the minister the arbitrary right to decide who gets to keep their citizenship and who doesn't, was what I found particularly odious. And it was particularly odious because it could be done capriciously and without any sort of procedural due process. There is no capacity to appeal. There is no capacity to bring new facts to the table. Now, I know what the Conservative Party is ultimately going to say. We're only stripping citizenship from convicted terrorists. But as we've already heard in the debate in this House, both from the minister and both from my friends in the opposition, that at the end of the day, that once you're convicted of a particular crime, you should serve your time. And that is ultimately the ultimate sanction. And stripping citizenship to certain classes of individuals, from my perspective, is not fundamentally appropriate. And from my perspective, more importantly, much more importantly, it undermines the whole concept of the fundamental principle of rule of law, where we treat all citizens equally. And I note that concept was very well articulated earlier, and I want to reinforce that particular principle in my comments today. So these are really the fundamental issues for myself in terms of why I will be supporting Bill C-6, in addition to the principles that were enunciated by the minister. And And this is very much, from my sense, very much about what it means to be Canadian, what it ultimately means to create conditions where we have, and as noted in the opening comments of the minister, a welcoming society, a society that values people from coming from around the world. And I'll even acknowledge my friend from Calgary, Nose Hill, articulated the same principles. What I don't agree with is, for example, my friend, for example, from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, about somehow that this is an elevation of values. It is a values debate. This is very much a values debate. But the value that we are attaching, okay, is to the protection of fundamental principles, principles that are found in the Charter, principles of rule of law, principles of equality. Those are fundamental. That's why we're here in this place. And if we can't protect those, for the people that we find most offensive in our society, then why are we here? Why are we here? That, for me, is the core of the debate and why Bill C-6 must be supported. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I congratulate the honourable member on a very eloquent address. He always speaks eloquently, even when I don't agree with him. He is so good at making bad ideas sound good, in fact. But I have to say, when it comes to this idea of fundamental principles, I think he gets at something very important. When somebody chooses to reject all the things that characterize Canadian values, when they don't buy in by trying to use the good name of Canadian citizenship to engage in violent terrorism against Canadians, against innocent people, against our values, isn't there some point at which a person can effectively take themselves out of that citizenship by their own convictions and actions against the Canadian state, against Canadian values, against innocent people? Because let's make this concrete, right? What happens when somebody who has the benefit of a Canadian passport, is traveling around the world, is using the access that a Canadian passport gives them, and then is undertaking violence against civilians, is planning terrorist activities, and is continuing to use the good name of Canada, and is in fact vulnerable, and we in fact would have to bail them out in certain situations? Isn't there some point where someone, by their actions, takes themselves out of the Canadian family by choosing to be involved in this kind of violence?
Honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
We agree that people that we find offensive in our society, whether it be terrorists or murderers or whatever, need to be punished by the full extent of the law. We support that on the government side. The question at the end of the day is, do we create an additional penalty for certain classes of individuals? And in this case, we're only talking about people that have a dual citizenship or the potential of a dual citizenship. So it can only be applied to certain people. And from my perspective, that ultimately devalues the whole notion of equality of citizenship, which is, from my perspective, much more fundamental. There are many other mechanisms that my friend has articulated in his speech, or in his question, that I think allow us to deal with them, whether it's confiscation of passports, travel restrictions. There are other mechanisms that we can impose on these types of individuals. But to me, again, it gets down to fundamental values. And the concept of equality, from my perspective, is paramount.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-des-Basques. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. And I'd like to ask him the question, or talk about the question that I asked my colleague from Vancouver East. Now, I know that at the time, the Liberals, when they were in opposition, were opposed to the idea of giving discretionary power to a minister on such a fundamental issue as this. This occurred in other bills with the Minister of Finance, Public Safety, etc. These discretionary powers would enable them to sidestep the proper process, and it runs fundamentally counter to the rule of law. So I'd like to hear my colleague opposite's comments. Now, he did address the issue to some extent, but I'd like to hear him talk about his perception and his colleagues' perception of these discretionary powers that his party campaigned on eliminating, but isn't fully eliminating in this bill.
Scarborough Agincourt.
As I said in my remarks, even the minister himself has acknowledged that no bill is ultimately perfect. That's why this government has adopted a process of strengthening committees and giving opportunities for members to exercise the democratic function in which they were elected. I agree with you fully with the principle that executive power, particularly in a Westminster-style model, needs to be checked. And we are doing our best to do that. And if there is a particular flaw in this particular bill, this side of the House will remain open to those effective changes. Now, all things ultimately require balance, right? At the end of the day, there's also a function of protecting Canadians and security. But it should never be done in such a way that it's capricious or without the application of rule of law or the principles of both procedural and substantive due process.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As an immigrant to this country, I fondly remember the day, July 17, 1987, when I became a Canadian citizen. It was one of the proudest days of my life and something I had dreamed about ever since I moved to Canada in January of 1984. Madam Speaker, this is my frame of reference in speaking in support of Bill C-6. I have always understood Canada to be a country that welcomed refugees and immigrants and inspired them to strive to become Canadian citizens, to take that step towards full membership and permanent belonging in Canadian society. This is why Conservative Bill C-24, introduced in 2014 by the previous government, is so concerning to Canadians across Canada. Madam Speaker, even the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn, a former parliamentary secretary and the longest continuously serving Conservative MP in this House, has publicly said that he has always opposed the act. The member has been quoted as stating that he was, quote, taken to task, unquote, by members of his own party for being one of the few MPs on that side now of the House to vote against Bill C-24. Madam Speaker, Bill C-24 was an attempt by the Conservative Party to fundamentally change what it means to be a Canadian as part of political branding experience. The Act created two classes of Canadians, those that only had Canadian citizenship and those that were at risk by having dual citizenship. Using their typical rhetoric of being tough on terrorism as justification, the Conservatives completely devalued what it means to hold a Canadian passport. One of the most troubling aspects of the Act is the way that Canadian citizenship could be so easily revoked. For example, convictions abroad that convince a government official that an individual was a national security threat may prompt a process where Canadian citizenship could be stripped away. Now, Madam Speaker, by no means does this government support citizens involved in terrorist offenses or espionage or treason inside or outside of Canada's borders. However, this ability to remove citizenship from dual citizens is a problem. First, a Canadian citizen without dual citizenship from another country could never have their passport revoked for the same crimes committed abroad. Secondly, it makes Canadian citizenship a tool for the criminal justice system. Madam Speaker, punishment for crimes should be decided in courts of law, either in Canada or outside of Canada. But the possibility of losing one's Canadian passport as a form of punishment is completely inappropriate. Lastly, for the minister to have such wide discretionary powers in the review and revocation process is a complete breach of due process and fairness. Madam Speaker, there are also aspects of the Conservative Bill C-24 that only serve to discourage immigrants from wanting to become Canadian citizens. Immigrants want to apply for Canadian citizenship are automatically treated with distrust. The Act measures their loyalty or attachment to Canada by the days they were physically present in the country. As a result, thousands of immigrant applicants are forced to sacrifice academic and employment opportunities or family obligations abroad just so that they do not put their citizenship application process in jeopardy. Madam Speaker, Bill C-6 will correct and repel many of the wrongs contained in Bill C-24. Allow me to outline some of the significant changes being proposed by sharing stories I have heard over the past few months in my riding of Surrey Newton. Madam Speaker, to the young man I met in November who was scared about traveling to the country of his dad's birth for fear of being targeted and arrested by a repressive government regime, I say that Bill C-6 will remove the grounds for revocation of Canadian citizenship that relate to national security. To the immigrant mother of two young children who came to my constituency office worried about what might happen to her application if she temporarily returned to her homeland to care for her sick mother. I say, Madam Speaker, that Bill C-6 will reduce the number of days that someone will have to be physically present in Canada before applying for citizenship, and that you will receive credit for the time you spent in Canada before becoming a permanent resident. To the man who was very nervous about applying for citizenship for his quite elderly and sick mother who struggled with English. Madam Speaker, when Minister of Immigration was giving his speech, I got a call from one of my constituents. Davinder Maan called me. He came to this country many years ago as a refugee. All his brothers, mother, sister, and children are all settled here, but unfortunately, his wife was not able to apply for Canadian citizenship. Now she's in a position where the country of origin would not issue her the passport. Now she's not able to pass these English requirements when she's 54, so she would not be able to get a passport neither from Canada nor from the country of her origin. And now he's very happy that Harjinder Maan, under the new legislation, in a year's time, would be able to apply proudly for Canadian citizenship and will be able to carry the Canadian passport. Madam Speaker, these are the type of stories that encourage me to support the Minister of Immigration, the work that he's doing, and the bill that he brought forward. And Madam Speaker, I believe passionately in the power of Canadian citizenship. I believe that Government of Canada should do everything in its power to encourage newcomers to become Canadian citizens. Madam Speaker, the Canadian passport is sacred and is highly sought after across the globe. This is why using Canadian citizenship as a way to fearmonger or means of control or simply as a political prop is so very wrong. As our Prime Minister has said, and I say again, Madam Speaker, a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. And our Minister of Immigration has also said that, and this is why he brought this Bill C6, so every Canadian can feel that Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. So, Madam Speaker, I encourage all members in this House to support Bill C6 so that what it means to be a Canadian can once again be used to unite rather than divide us. Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me an opportunity to share a few words with my fellow members.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary.
Midnapore.
Midnapore.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate you on your appointment, as I congratulate the member from Surrey on his recent election back to this place. He repeated the trope that a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian, which of course is true, just as it is true that a traitor who hates Canada is a traitor who hates Canada. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I have a quick question for the member opposite. He can look up on YouTube a video of a Canadian citizen who went abroad to join the genocidal terrorist organization Daesh, ISIL, in Syria. He hates Canada violently, so much so that he videotaped himself soaking his Canadian passport in gasoline, setting it on fire, and then, for greater certainty, shooting it with his Kalashnikov, all the while belonging to an organization that has declared war on Canada and which seeks to kill Canadians, quotes, wherever they can be found, according to that organization's leader, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. Is it the position of the member opposite that the Government of Canada should reissue this gentleman a new passport pursuant to the adoption of the bill before us?
The honourable member for Surrey-Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over the many years, I had the opportunity to have discussions with the former member and former Minister of Immigration and Citizenship, and he very well knows that every person in this House believes in their loyalty to Canada. And I'm certain this is one example that this member has given to us in this House. And I personally do not support the fellows that are not loyal to our country. But there are ways to deal with this situation. Member from Vancouver East has clearly said there are courts and there's rule of law that should be dealt with. The people that should be punished under the law where they commit the crime.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sanders-Gulf Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to raise two hypotheticals for the honourable member for Surrey. I want to say on the record how pleased I am that this new government's bringing in C6. I wish they would repeal Bill C-24 in its entirety. What we've seen with C6, let me just give another example. The honourable member for Calgary-Minotaur paints the worst case. Let me take that worst case and say, how does it benefit world peace and security to take someone who's dangerous and put them back in a country of origin? Does that government deal well with them? Are they barred from ever coming back to Canada? And let me take another example, Madam Speaker. The reckless C-51 passed by the previous government included offenses of so-called terrorism under Part 3 of C-51, which I call the thought chill section, which deals with things placed on websites that might encourage, quote, terrorism in general. It could include a Che Guevara poster, the way it's worded. So that person who's innocent but might have dual citizenship could be found guilty of a terrorism-related offense for something as innocuous as an image on a website. It's anti-democratic and wrong, and thank God this government's bringing it down.
The honourable member for Surrey North, Surrey Newton, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for the work that she have done for Canadians and particularly on the environment file, and also for her input and supporting the measures that we are bringing forward on this side. Madam Speaker, as I earlier said, that the regressive immigration policies or the Citizenship Act that the previous government brought forward, this minister, in the first 30 days of sitting, has made a big progress, and I personally commend, and I'm sure that every person who's concerned about our Canadian values will commend a minister like this that we have now.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And once again, I would like to thank the people of Calgary-Midnapore for giving me the honor of allowing me to serve them here in the House of Commons for the 7th time as their MP. And I'm here, Madam Speaker, today to speak to Bill C-6, which, unfortunately, is a priority for this new government, restoring, as it will do, Canadian citizenship to a terrorist. This is restoring Canadian citizenship to those who detest our country and detest our fellow citizens. Madam Speaker, I am here to say, along with a great majority of Canadians, that citizenship is essential to our Canadian values. Since the Citizenship Act was passed in 1947, it indicated 3 obligations for those who sought Canadian citizenship. First of all, that people reside in Canada, that those who request citizenship reside in Canada for a certain period of time, so that they become aware of our cultures, our values here in Canada. Secondly, the Citizenship Act requires that those seeking Canadian citizenship be able to communicate in one of our 2 official languages. And, Madam Speaker, it's not a mistake, it's not by accident, that citizenship is an essential sign of our identity as a national community. And to be fully a member of a community, one must have at least a basic ability to communicate with that community. It's not by accident that the 2 words communicate and community have the same root. And in a country as diverse as Canada, it's essential that there be certain aspects that unify us in our diversity. And one of those essential aspects is the ability to communicate in one of our 2 official languages. Now, obviously, there are so many proud Canadians who are not, who don't speak English or French every day as if it were their mother tongue, but we've encouraged them since the adoption of the Citizenship Act to progress, to further their success as full members of our community. And third, in the 1947 Citizenship Act, Madam Speaker, we find the obligation, which still exists today, to have a certain basic knowledge of Canada, of our laws, of our customs, of our values, of our institutions, our democratic institutions, of our history. Because this great democracy that we have, again, is not an accident. it didn't appear accidentally. Canada is much more than a reflection of the world.
The Prime Minister, in an interview recently, Madam Speaker, saying that, quotes, Canada is the first post-national state and it has no identity. Well, Madam Speaker, and I believe the vast majority of Canadians flatly reject that fatuous notion. Canada is a proud nation with a particular history rooted in our and we are ambitious for new Canadians, for all Canadians, to know what our identity is and how it is through the struggle of generations, through the organic development of these remarkable parliamentary institutions, through the core values of our society, such as the rule of law, of equality of opportunity, of equality before the law, how it is that we managed to develop this country, which is something of a model to the world. It did not happen by accident, and this country is more, far more, Madam Speaker, than just some kind of a postmodern reflection of the world. It comes from a particular set of institutions and values that are incarnated in our laws, and we are ambitious for new Canadians to know that history. Because, Madam Speaker, we are maintaining the highest sustained levels of immigration in our history. In the past decade, Canada welcomed over 2.6 million new permanent residents and swore in over 1.6 million new Canadian citizens. That was during the duration of the premiership of the now member for Calgary Southwest. And, Madam Speaker, we are maintaining the highest per capita levels of immigration in the developed world. Some countries have aberrant years when they're a little bit higher, but on a sustained basis, what we are doing with respect to immigration in this country is unprecedented in our history and indeed in the modern history of the developed world. And I maintain, Madam Speaker, that we cannot take for granted the success of our model of unity and diversity, that we must be very deliberate, intentional about ensuring that there is unity in our diversity, that we do not end up replicating the failed experiences of certain other Western countries which are struggling with problems of social exclusion, of ethnic enclaves, of ghettoization, often which become the precedent factors for radicalization, extremism, social discord, and even violence. Madam Speaker, we must not, through happy talk, pretend that there are no challenges to maintain social cohesion. This is not and should not be considered an exclusively conservative value or idea. Madam Speaker, it was, after all, the late Prime Minister Mackenzie King who adopted the Citizenship Act in 1947 with these clear obligations for new Canadian citizens. It was the former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Jean Chrétien, who in 1997 spoke in this chamber about the need for civic literacy as one of the factors to bind us together. What did he mean by civic literacy? He meant a certain common vocabulary about who we are as a people, about our institutions, about from whence we came. And the citizenship program, the citizenship law, is designed in principle to help to develop that sense of social cohesion, of common Canadian values. Yes, Madam Speaker, I said it, common Canadian values. I reject categorically the notion of this Prime Minister that there is no such thing as a common Canadian value. There is, Madam Speaker. This country, this culture rejects completely the attitude of certain cultures around the world which treat women as property rather than people, for example, Madam Speaker. And that is why, as Minister of Citizenship and Immigration, I was proud to work with new Canadian communities, avec les experts,
with experts, with public servants in the departments, to renew the citizenship program. with certain legislative changes as well as administrative changes. Because, Madam Speaker, when I became Minister of Immigration and Citizenship in 2008, I discovered that there were many new Canadian citizens who could not speak French or English, even very basically. They could not communicate with their fellow citizens and were therefore in some way excluded from the Canadian community. I discovered that there are people who knew very little about our country, but who had obtained 100% on their written test or knowledge of Canada, because there were consultants who were quite unscrupulous in the field of immigration, who obtained the keys to the answers to the citizenship tests and sold them to applicants. I learned that there were networks that organized fraud for people who did not even live in Canada, who never lived in Canada, who typically lived in tax havens, but who hired these unscrupulous consultants to organize their application and the tests. That is not acceptable, Madam Speaker. It's horrible.
Generous and open country, Madam Speaker. And we simply ask for those who seek to join the Canadian family that they respect our basic laws, customs, know something of our country, and ideally are able to communicate in one of our languages, and that is why we needed to reform the program. And one of the ways in which we did so was a modest expansion of the residency requirement in Canada from 3 out of 4 years to 4 out of 6 years. Now, Madam Speaker, that still gives people a great deal of flexibility, 1/3 of the time to spend outside of the country to address the kind of exigencies mentioned by the previous speaker. But I don't think 4 years is an unreasonable request for people to develop an attachment, a durable, meaningful attachment to this country. Madam Speaker, it is 4 years was still the lowest threshold for residency to obtain citizenship of any major democracy in the world. Now, I don't know why we would want to treat our citizenship, Madam Speaker, Canadian citizenship, in my view, should be the gold standard. It shouldn't be the bargain basement of citizenship in the world, Madam Speaker. I don't think it's unreasonable to say 48 months is a period in which to develop an attachment, meaningful attachment to this country. Now, with respect to the provision on declaring the intention to reside in Canada, the regulations, the legislation were absolutely clear, Madam Speaker, that somebody who became a Canadian citizen, having signed that declaration, who had to leave to do business or for legitimate or for any reason, was not going to be penalized. Their citizenship would not be revoked. We simply wanted them to consciously declare that their citizenship was not just about obtaining a Canadian passport as a political insurance package. There are millions of Canadian citizens who live abroad, Madam Speaker, including members of my family and most of our families. And most of them maintain a durable attachment to this country. But regrettably, there are many hundreds of thousands of them who, the moment they obtained their Canadian passport, left this country and have never come back. And Madam Speaker, we can, just use politically correct happy talk to pretend this doesn't happen. But we all know that it does. We all know cases where we've had to organize massive evacuations for tens of thousands of people who had not lived in this country for years, who had not paid its taxes, who had not contributed to it, but who pulled out their Canadian passport as a document of political convenience. And Madam Speaker, I believe that passport represents far more. It represents a loyalty of Canada to the citizen and a reciprocal loyalty of the citizen to our country. It is not a document of convenience. It should never be that, Madam Speaker. And that is why we simply said to these applicants, please express to us that it is actually your intention to reside in Canada, in your new country. We welcome you. But if it's your intention, Madam Speaker, I spoke as Minister to citizenship judges who quite literally told me that they had seen people coming to take the oath at the ceremony with their bags packed. And they were going directly from the ceremony to the airport to return to their country of origin. Madam Speaker, that is not, I think, really consistent with what we consider the sense of a durable connection to Canada, and so I find it regrettable the Liberals are eliminating this. But perhaps what I find most regrettable in this, Madam Speaker, is the perverse priority given by this government to this bill to restore citizenship to convicted terrorists. Now, we've heard a lot from the government, a lot of demagoguery about the notion that the previous Bill C-24 in the last Parliament created some ostensible two-tier Canadian citizenship. What complete rubbish. Madam Speaker, ever since the 1947 Citizenship Act was adopted by this Parliament, there has been the power to revoke citizenship or to renounce it. So when people say that citizenship is irrevocable, they simply don't know the law. It is revocable in this and every other country and always has been. In the original 1947 Act, adopted by a Liberal government, Madam Speaker, amongst the grounds for the revocation of citizenship was the conviction of treason or acts of war against Canada. And that was a provision in our law under a Liberal government, under multiple Liberal governments, from 1947 until amendments to the Citizenship Act in 1976, when that was repealed. And essentially what we did in 2014 in Bill C-24 was to reestablish the original Liberal law to say that if you violently hate this country, we will take a conviction of your violent hatred as evidence of your renunciation, your voluntary, willful, and deliberate renunciation of the obligations implicit in your Canadian citizenship. That is what that provision being repealed in Bill C-6 permitted us, under judicial review and compliant with the Charter of Rights, to do. Now, Madam Speaker, I mentioned a case that was immediately dismissed as, well, because they don't want to address this issue. It was dismissed out of hand. But again, I would invite any member, anybody viewing this, to go online. They can simply Google Canadian burning passport in Syria. They'll get 2 or 3 images of Canadians traveled to join not some group of militants, Madam Speaker, a genocidal terrorist organization that has declared hostility and war on Canada, that inspired an attack on this very Parliament, that is crucifying children, beheading members of religious minorities, and raping girls as young as the age of 8. They've gone to join that organization, which membership is illegal in Canada. And in more than one of those images, you will see these quote-unquote Canadians taking their Canadian passport and burning it and shooting it. Now, the position of the members opposite, Madam Speaker, appears to be that if one of those men who are clearly expressing their violent hatred for Canada were to download a form from CIC's website, to renounce their citizenship and fill out the form, sign it, put it in an envelope, and send it to Ottawa, they could therefore renounce their citizenship. Madam Speaker, you know what? That's a terribly cramped and legalistic view of the facts and of citizenship. I'm sorry. But if you go and deliberately join an organization at war with Canada, parenthetically committing genocide, you destroy your Canadian passport as a clear indication of your renunciation of that passport and the citizenship which it symbolizes, we should have no compunction, Madam Speaker, to say we take your word for what it is, we read your actions for what they are, they constitute renunciation, and we will renounce your citizenship if you are engaged in such acts of terrorism. The member for Saanich Gulf Islands, for whom I have great respect, Madam Speaker, raised completely ridiculous, demagogic arguments about this is not about having a sign of Che Guevara on your website. It requires a conviction in a Canadian court of a terrorist offense or treason that would carry at least a 2-year penal sentence. Nobody in the history of our legal system has faced a terrorist conviction with 2 years for expressing their views. This is about violent terrorism, Madam Speaker. And so what this government is telling us in this bill is that you can take up arms against our country. You can so violently hate it as that man in Toronto whose citizenship has been revoked. Why? Because he was the ringleader of a plot that planned to kill thousands of his fellow citizens in an act of extreme political violence to demonstrate his violent hatred for this country. In so doing, he renounced his citizenship, Madam Speaker. He did so through his volition. The power of revocation simply reflects the volition of those who renounce it violently through such acts of treason or terrorism. And it does not, as the demagogues in this debate have implied, the power of revocation does not apply to immigrants versus native-born citizens. It does not apply, the only reason that it is limited in its application to dual citizens because of our legal obligations under the International Convention on the Prevention of Statelessness. So I appeal to the members opposite and around this place to think seriously about the meaning of our citizenship and to oppose the provisions of this bill.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments, l'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
You know, the essence of this bill really was expressed in a very prominent exchange between the then Prime Minister and the now Prime Minister in the Monk debates during the election campaign, which some see as a defining moment, a turning point in the campaign. So the essence of the bill is not a surprise to the Canadian people who voted for a Liberal government on October 19th, but the honourable member was talking about Canadian values and accusing Liberals of believing that there are no Canadian values, which I found to be a slightly outrageous statement. Now, Liberals believe that one of the clearest expressions of Canadian values is in one of the clearest codifications of Canadian values is in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Now, Madam Speaker, the United States does not allow revocation of citizenship as a result of a Supreme Court decision. Now, some European countries that were probably cited by the honourable member do allow revocation, but their systems of law are not as similar to the U.S. system of law, of judicial law, as ours is. And I'd like to quote an Alberta historian by the name of Dale Gibson, a legal historian, who said, in comparing these laws in different countries, said, surely the American legal system is considerably closer to ours than that of many of the European ones that allow revocation of citizenship. The U.S., unlike Britain, has a constitutional Bill of Rights. So I'd like the minister's comments on the fact that the United States, which has a very prominent war on terror, does not allow the revocation of citizenship.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you. To congratulate the member on his re-election. Madam Speaker is always a very serious member participant in debates in this place. First of all, it was his own Prime Minister who said that there's no such thing as a Canadian identity. This is a post-national state. None other than the Honourable Ujjal Dosanjh, former Liberal minister, upbraided him for this ridiculous assertion. Secondly, Madam Speaker, he's wrong in asserting that the United States does not have a power for revocation. There are limited grounds for revocation in the United States, which are not grounded based on a U.S. Supreme Court decision, but rather a constitutional amendment that dealt with the granting of citizenship to slaves following the U.S. Civil War. But here's the thing, Madam Speaker. Our Prime Minister is meeting with President Obama tonight. President Obama and the American administration has a rather less delicate way of dealing with American terrorists abroad. It's true. They don't go through the hassle of the paperwork and judicial applications to revoke their citizenships. Rather, they send missiles after them, launched by drones, and they eliminate them, Madam Speaker. So I think the kinetic elimination of the U.S. citizens who have committed terrorist offenses rather makes the point. Virtually every one of our peer liberal democracies has bills have provisions analogous to those in C-24 for the revocation from traitors or terrorists.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I always enjoy listening to my friend from Calgary. It's Calgary Midnapore is the new riding name. Thank you. I think he brings intelligence to his arguments, even when I disagree with them. His most recent comment was somewhat disturbing, and it almost seemed a longing to bring in what the U.S. does with citizens that are abroad committing acts. I don't know if the vocation of the idea of killing Canadians with drones was really what he was reaching for, but simply to suggest that in the Canadian context, and my question is twofold. One part is that there's a question about the values in the Citizenship Act of 47, and that those values are somehow in a fixed and permanent state. Yet we didn't allow First Nations people to vote in elections in 1947, that the evolution of Canadian values can progress over time and clearly do. The question I have for him, and it was, I think, a somewhat salient point, I'm sure he has an answer to it, is that in the instance in which a Canadian citizen commits one of these acts, particularly here in Canada, is it not better to arrest them, as the law in Canada provides, rather than revoke their citizenship and send them into a conflict zone, which is likely where they would be going, allowing them to further perpetrate those very heinous acts that we all deplore? Is there not an argument to be made that at times, if someone is a dual citizen and has committed an act, either abroad or here in Canada, that the arresting of that person and the containing of that hatred would in fact be a more beneficial circumstance than simply sending the problem overseas for someone else to deal with?
Honourable member for Calgary-Minnepoor.
I thank the member for his question. I congratulate on his re-election, and he's always an extraordinarily thoughtful participant in debates in the chamber. Madam Speaker, first, no, I was not suggesting that Canada replicate the American policy of the Democratic President Barack Obama to assassinate American terrorists abroad. I was simply raising that to put this in perspective, Madam Speaker, how very modest our approach is compared to that of our closest ally being feted tonight by the Prime Minister in the White House. Secondly, Madam Speaker, he raised a very important question, which I think reflects a misunderstanding about the process. First of all, it's quite possible that that a person who's a Canadian citizen would be convicted of serious terrorist offenses abroad, and following what's called an equivalency assessment done by the Department of Justice, if that is determined to be an offense in a legitimate court system with adequate evidence that it would constitute a serious offense here, they could be revoked without that person ever coming back to Canada. Take, for example, the fellows who burned their passports who were over there. That would be the kind of example I'm citing. Secondly, if it's a person in Canada, the revocation of their citizenship would in no way obviate their arrest and prosecution and conviction and incarceration under Canadian law. But at some point, they would be like this individual, the Toronto 16 ringleader, is about to get out on parole, Madam Speaker. Now, I don't know about you, but I'd rather have him under the watch of another country's security system rather than potentially posing a risk to us here in Canada.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make a commentary on my colleague's speech, which I thought was really made some very good points. And I want to make a comment directed at to the House in general, but to members opposite. Bill C-24 provided for the revocation, Madam Speaker, of citizenship for both native-born Canadians and for immigrants. And to be clear, what this bill in front of the House will do is restore a two-tier citizenship. Because what it will do is it will provide for revocation of citizenship only for immigrants. It will return us to the system we used to have in place. Revocation will not be allowed for people who are born here, but only for immigrants to this country who have become naturalized and who hold a second citizenship. So Liberal members of Parliament need to be clear on this. We are going to a two-tier citizenship with this bill in front of the House. Native-born Canadians will never be able to have their citizenship revoked. Only immigrants to this country who are naturalized who hold a second citizenship.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
The member is absolutely correct. The Bill C-6 leaves untouched the 1976 revocation provisions for those naturalized citizens who obtained their Canadian citizenship through misrepresentation. This would include, for example, the Nazi war criminals who did not disclose their participation in crimes against humanity in applying for and obtaining their Canadian citizenship. But I, who was born in this country, could never be revoked, have my citizenship revoked under the provisions of Bill C-6. But an immigrant can, Mr. Speaker. He is absolutely right. If you want to play the game about two-tier citizenship, it applies far more clearly to Bill C-6 than it did to Bill C-24. Now, Madam Speaker, my father was a fourth-generation Canadian who got an Irish passport. He had dual citizenship. If he had gone and joined the IRA, heaven forbid, and been convicted of that, a penal sentence of 2 years, even though he was a native-born Canadian, he could have had his citizenship revoked. But a immigrant to Canada from India or China, for example, who automatically loses the citizenship of their country of origin in being naturalized to Canada, could never have their citizenship revoked under the provisions of C-24 because it excluded its application to people who did not have dual nationality pursuant to our obligations under the International Convention for the Prevention of Statelessness.
Before I resume debate, I just want to say that obviously there's a lot of people that want to participate in this debate, so I would ask that the questions be as short as possible and that the answers be as short as possible, just so that everybody can have a say. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my pleasure to split my time with the honourable member from Fredericton and to be here to speak in favour of Bill C-6. And I'd like to acknowledge our presence on this traditional territory of the Algonquin peoples. Indeed, had it not been for all the ways that settlers like me and the honourable member's father and great-grandfather were welcomed onto this land, we would not have succeeded individually or collectively. The Government of Canada is committed to a Canada that is both diverse and inclusive. Canadians know that our government recognizes that we are strong because of our diversity and not in spite of it. Indeed, no one in this House would argue that efficient immigration is one of the key pillars to our success economically, socially, culturally, and environmentally as a nation that is aging. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship have been clear from the outset. Inclusion and diversity are crucial to our future as a country and also the role that we play on the international stage. We need to encourage that diversity and take steps to ensure that the path to citizenship is a flexible and fair one, but also one that encourages all Canadians to take pride in the immense privilege it is to be a Canadian. Speaking to an audience at the Canadian High Commission in London shortly after taking office, the Prime Minister eloquently said that compassion, acceptance, trust, diversity, and inclusion, these are the things that have made Canada strong and free, not just in principle, but in practice. Those of us who benefit from the many blessings of Canada's diversity need to be strong and confident custodians of its character. I can speak to that personally, Madam Speaker, that it is a great privilege and honour to call myself a Canadian. And it's a strong attachment to Canada. And those values of inclusion, compassion, acceptance, and trust that we hold dear, that are at the core
of what it means to be a Canadian. It is this deep attachment that motivates settlers like me to serve our communities and to give back wholeheartedly. The measures in Bill C-6 will increase and foster a greater attachment to Canada and also ensure the integrity of our immigration programs and combat fraud. All Canadians need to be treated equally, regardless of whether they were born in Canada, naturalized, or hold citizenship in another country. And as the Prime Minister famously said, a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. Now, I'm pleased to support this bill for a number of reasons, Madam Chair. Firstly, I think of my riding in Peterborough-Kawartha, this small rural riding that has welcomed over 100 Syrian refugees onto our land. In that process, Madam Speaker, we have not just allowed and welcomed a new beginning and a new life for our new Syrian neighbors, but in that process, we have come together. We are building networks and programs and relationships that are allowing us to tackle the more complex challenges of our time, like truth and reconciliation. I also think about Trent University and Fleming College, these two post-secondary institutions that are critical to the vitality of my riding in Peterborough-Kawartha, and the international students who proudly attend and take part in the academic and the co-curricular activities offered on these two campuses. Indeed, these international students bring an energy and a great deal of talent to our community, to our economy, and this bill recognizes all that they contribute and will work towards allowing them to stay and to build their lives and start their families in our community. I also think of businesses like General Electric. General Electric has been critical to the establishment of Trent University in my riding, and General Electric benefits immensely from the internationally trained professionals who are coming to our community, filling their labor gaps and contributing to our economy and through philanthropic activities. So whether you're an international student or someone who works at GE, or you're a Syrian, new Syrian to our community, we should acknowledge, encourage, and reward the choice that individuals make to come to Canada and to call this place home. Their experience in Canada, especially before citizenship, matters. Their choice to be here matters, and this bill is essentially about Canadian identity. Canadians are proud of our country and our values. We welcome immigrants. We help them settle, integrate, and succeed. This is our history, our present, and our future. Madam Speaker, we encourage all immigrants to take the path to full membership in Canadian society. One of the strongest pillars for successful integration into Canadian life is achieving citizenship. And perhaps before I wrap up, I'll take this moment to thank my mother, the woman who took the citizenship test on my behalf and my sisters, so that in the midst of being a teenager, new to a community, to a country, being homesick, experiencing culture shock, wanting to go back home and missing those we left behind, my sisters and I, we did not have the added anxiety of preparing for a test. We benefited from the great equalizer that is the Canadian school system and worked on our language and cultural understanding. And it was my mother who stayed up night after night to make sure that she aced that test, and that she did. So with all that in mind, Madam Speaker, I encourage all my honourable colleagues to join me, the Minister for Citizenship, Immigration and Refugees, in supporting Bill C-6. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have a time for a couple of questions and answers before the debate ends at 6:39, and then it's to be continued after. So questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly the member spoke very eloquently and passionately, but I didn't hear much discussion of the substantive content of the bill. The effects of this bill, as we know and as we've heard in this House, is that if a person with a Canadian passport travels to another country, is involved in genocide, is involved in terrorism, things that are clearly at odds with our values, we do not have a way of revoking that citizenship. We don't have a way of telling them, we don't have to rescue you anymore if you get into trouble. You have severed that bond with Canadians. Now, it's all well and good to say that people like that should be in prison, but if somebody is in a different country and the only option we have is revoking their citizenship, surely at some point they've severed that connection. So I wonder if the member in her response could address this and perhaps other substantive components of the bill. Of course, we agree that we live in a great country and all that, but what about this bill is actually worth supporting? That's what we need to hear.
Honourable member for the Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
I thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I trust that he has received the substantive details of this bill. Quite a bit of work and research goes into developing these kits, so please feel free to review. What I can speak to at this moment, Madam Speaker, is that the legal system, the justice system that we have in this country exists for a reason. Other nations have similar systems in place, some stronger than ours, some not as strong, and it is incumbent upon us to recognize that in this House, some of the matters that we address, if not all, are sensitive and delicate in nature. And what we need to be mindful of is preventing the creation of a two-tiered citizenship system that degrades the very core of Canadian identity.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the Minister for her comments. On the issue around the pathways to citizenship, there are many barriers, of course, that has been put up. There are two particular ones that I wonder whether or not I could have the Minister's support in advancing with her government, and that is to eliminate the financial barrier. As the Minister may know, the application fees for citizenship has gone up significantly under the previous government, from $100 to $530 for an adult, with an additional $100 for a child, and other fees associated with that. In addition to that, the language proficiency issue is also very onerous for many immigrants as well. The level's now moved up to a level 4 proficiency, and I dare say many immigrants may not be able to pass that test. So I wonder whether or not I could have the Minister's support to have her government make changes in those two specific areas to facilitate the pathway to citizenship for many immigrants who desires and would be excellent Canadians in this country.
Very good.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
I thank the honourable colleague for her work to ensuring that more immigrants feel included in Canadian society. This government recognizes that integrating and attracting immigrants to our soil is essential to our social, economic, cultural, and environmental prosperity. To that end, as you may be aware, the Minister for Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship has been mandated to enhance our current citizenship and immigration pathways to ensure that it's not just more accessible, but also more fair. And I look forward to working with all members of this House to achieving that end.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for her excellent speech in the House today, and I think we can all agree that immigrants have contributed a great deal to this country and have built our great nation. So, unlike some comments made in the House today, I think it's very fortunate that we have this bill before us, C6, that intends to improve the access and speed up the access to citizenship, which can help immigrants become successful people in our society. I'd also like to make a comment regarding terrorism that we keep having come up today. Does the Minister feel that terrorists, we live in a society that has an excellent justice system, and that they should be prosecuted in this justice system and not be sent overseas to justice systems that may not be as great as ours and not have the security that we have in place?
Very brief answer from the Minister of Democratic Institutions, please.
Madam Speaker, as one of my honourable colleagues has said so before, Terrorists belong in jails and not on airplanes.
À ce moment-ci, conformément
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
the honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On February 24th, a Superior Court judge in British Columbia said that declared inconstitutional a rule for medical marijuana that had been put in place by the previous government. And now the federal government has 6 months to change things. But when I asked the question to the Minister of Justice on February 25th and got an answer from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice, well, we didn't get an answer about the Liberals' position on this decision as to whether or not they were going to respect the judge's decision and allow those who need medicinal marijuana to be able to have access to it by having plants at home themselves, by growing it themselves. So we did not get an answer from the government. And according to the federal court judge, the health of many Canadians has deteriorated since the previous government put in place its rules. So things have not improved since the Conservatives put in this rule. When it comes to medicinal marijuana, the NDP says that the federal court's ruling, well, the NDP has always supported the use of medical marijuana, and the Conservatives chose to play politics with this access to medical marijuana by limiting options and increasing cost. Well, we hope that the Liberals won't continue to play these sort of political games. On a more general note, well, we're still waiting for the Liberals to apparently consult with people, medical experts, patients, rights defending groups. But we also expect the Liberals to respect the promise that they made during the election campaign, and a promise they've been making for years now, which is to legalize marijuana. And every time we've asked them about this, the Prime Minister continues to say, yes, it's going to happen, it's going to happen, it's going to happen soon, in the first year. But unlike what the Prime Minister says, the Parliamentary Secretary has been saying that it probably won't happen even in the first mandate, so not before the next federal election. So we see that the government is just making things up as they go along. There's a lot of uncertainty that's being created here. Even police officers are saying, hey, what's going on? What are we supposed to do? Because there are people who have criminal records and it doesn't make sense just for simple possession. So this is creating a burden that is hurting Canadians. Getting a criminal record for simple possession, well, I don't think that that's the goal here, and that is not going to be an effective counterweight to all the drug trafficking that is underway right now. And it's not by applying the old prohibitions put in place by the Conservatives that organized crime will be eradicated or that will eliminate access to this drug. So I asked the Minister of Justice when they will legalize marijuana, when will they keep their promises, and if they will accept the ruling from the federal court in British Columbia concerning medical marijuana.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank the honourable member opposite for her question and the opportunity to clarify some of the issues that she raises. First of all, with respect to her initial question concerning the decision in the federal court on the Allard matter, what I subsequently answered, and frankly I should have done a much better job for her in answering her question more directly,
was that this is a very complicated decision. It is now in the hands of our justice officials in consultation with our Ministry of Health officials. There is a discussion taking place, an important discussion between those members, because our interest is maintaining the safety and the health of all Canadians, and that review is taking place. And when that review is completed, then a decision will be made by the Ministry with respect to how that decision will be dealt with. But I want to assure the member opposite and this House of our unwavering commitment to work expeditiously to address the public safety and public health concerns of all Canadians. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to take this opportunity to clarify exactly what has been said. During the campaign, our Prime Minister was unequivocal, and what he said was that it was our government's intention to legalize, regulate, and restrict marijuana. We set out as our goals the protection of our children, to reduce and restrict access that children have to this drug, because the overwhelming evidence of the science is that marijuana can be a very unhealthy thing for the developing minds of adolescents and young adults. We want to protect our children. We believe that that can be done far more effectively through a regulatory regime than through the criminal sanction. We also want to take the profits of the illegal marijuana market away from organized crime and to reduce their influence on our communities. And Madam Speaker, I can tell you from experience, having worked in many of our disadvantaged communities, that the level of violence and victimization that takes place in those communities is a direct result of the illegal activity around marijuana, takes a terrible toll on those communities. And we believe that a strictly regulatory regime based on a public health model will protect our communities as well as protect our children. We believe that a public health approach will enable this country to provide assurance to all Canadians and all communities that marijuana can be made available legally to responsible adults, but that its production, its distribution and retail, and its consumption would be controlled by regulation to ensure that we can achieve both our public safety aims and our public health aims. Now, the member opposite has also asked when this will be done, and it's a very important question. Our Prime Minister said he would begin this work right away. Madam Speaker, the work has begun. I have been given direction by my minister to be the government's liaison to this initiative. Our minister has indicated that she is establishing a federal provincial territorial task force, a federal provincial territorial task force responsible for the development of these regulations based on research and evidence. That task force is currently being comprised, and I'm hoping for an opportunity in the coming weeks to advise this House of the progress that we have made. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy to hear the Parliamentary Secretary say that the work has begun. We would like to know when they intend, the Liberals, to legalize marijuana. Would it be this year? Would it be before the next election? Because that's what's creating confusion right now. And in the meantime, given that this is likely to take time because there's consultation and research to be done, as the Parliamentary Secretary has said, well, in the meantime, young people or those who consume marijuana might be arrested by police forces. Well, given that it's prohibited right now, they could find themselves with a criminal record. So the Prime Minister has said that he himself has smoked marijuana, but he was lucky. He wasn't arrested. He doesn't have a criminal record. So there's no stain on the Prime Minister's record. But not all Canadians are that lucky. So in the meantime, will the Liberal government decriminalize marijuana, the simple possession of marijuana?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In a throne speech, the Prime Minister made it perfectly clear that it is his mandate that marijuana will be legalized, regulated, and restricted in this mandate, and that's the work that we are undertaking to do. On the issue of decriminalization, let me be very clear. We rely on the evidence and the advice of experts. A report by the Centre for Addiction Mental Health in Toronto has indicated that decriminalization is a half measure that does nothing to reduce the social harms of marijuana. It does not protect our kids. It does not take away the profit from organized crime, and it does not facilitate a robust public health response. The evidence of other jurisdictions have told us that ineffective half measures, as proposed as in decriminalization, will only complicate and undermine the implementation of an effective regulatory regime that will achieve our public health and public safety goals.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Madam Speaker, in question period on January 27th, I asked the minister in this House if the minister had thought about a health care action plan to ensure that the Canada Health Act is applied. Imposing ancillary fees for publicly insured services has been made legal in Quebec. However, this practice goes against the Canada Health Act. From my point of view, it's unacceptable that the size of one's wallet determines access to health care. Last November, my colleague from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie wrote to the minister to raise this issue, and I have myself risen twice in this House to ask the minister what the federal government will do to end this practice. The minister responded to that letter, but no words about ancillary fees in health care. And yet, in the mandate letter, it says that the overall goal for the minister is to strengthen the universal health care system. Well, Madam Speaker, strengthening the universal health care system, that's not possible if you're going to make patients pay, for example, $500 just to use instruments for a colonoscopy. Using ancillary fees creates a two-tier healthcare system. The government must end this. If we look at some of these ancillary fees, well, there are a number of alarming numbers. $40 to apply just 4 square centimeters of surgical tape after minor surgery. $200 for an intrauterine device and $500 for the use of instruments. Yes, Madam Speaker, $500 just to use the instruments that are necessary. However, all you need to do is take a quick look at the Canada Health Act to realize that these practices violate the Act. The Act says clearly that provincial and territorial health care regimes cover all medical services and all hospital services that are medically necessary. Imposing ancillary fees in the healthcare field goes clearly against the principles of equality and universality in healthcare. In these specific cases, the Health Canada Act is not being applied. And this system has encouraged healthcare professionals to adopt practices that go against the principles of equality and universality. For example, certain clinics charge $300 for eye drops that are worth just $20, or charge $150 just to create a file. Legalizing ancillary fees has, in certain cases, led certain doctors to violate their own code of ethics. This measure not only goes against principles of ethics, but it's also a major problem for all Quebecers. We need to defend the principles of a system that is free, accessible, and universal. So, first of all, the legalization of ancillary fees is making Quebecers poorer. According to the OECD, Canada is second in the world when it comes to per capita spending on prescription medication. That affects all Canadians. Secondly, this measure affects the quality of life and the quality of the health of our fellow citizens, and it creates a gap between our richest and poorest citizens. Nobody should have to choose between health care and paying the rent. And there's a risk that this project will be imitated by other provinces, which could lead to health tourism between the provinces. So this measure creates a two-tier healthcare system. So now I'm asking once again, what will the minister do to preserve the accessibility of our public healthcare system from one ocean to another? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to address my colleagues' concerns about the federal government's commitment to Canada's healthcare system and to Canada's Healthcare Act. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to comment. Let me begin by assuring you that the government is fully committed to protecting our publicly funded healthcare system and will defend the fundamental tenet that all Canadians should have reasonable access to medically necessary care based on need and not the ability to pay. In fact, the fear that the user charges and extra billing would erode access to needed medical care and lead to two-tiered healthcare system was a major motivation in the development of the Canada Health Act. Prior to the Act, many Canadian families were left to pay doctor and hospital bills out of pocket. Those that were able to pay received the medical attention they needed, but those without sufficient means either didn't get the required care or struggled to find the money to pay for it. Essentially, the Canada Health Act was brought into force to protect the basic values of fairness and equity that was fundamental to Canadian identity. The Act sets out national standards for provincial and territorial health insurance schemes and promotes these standards by linking federal health funding to them. Our government stands by these national standards and will continue to uphold this commitment to all Canadians. If physicians charge patients a fee when providing an insured service in their clinic, these charges will contravene the Canada Health Act and will strike at the core principles of public health insurance in Canada. The basic principle of access to healthcare based on need and not financial ability would be disregarded. Canadians not only want and expect their governments to work together to preserve, modernize, and strengthen publicly funded healthcare in Canada, but also want them to protect it. Let me again emphasize, it is our government's desire to work in collaboration with the provinces and territories to ensure our publicly funded healthcare system is strong and to ensure Canadians have access to the care they need and when they need it. Some of our greatest achievements as a country, the things that matter most in the daily lives of Canadians, came about when federal, provincial, and territorial governments worked together to forge solutions to complex problems. Medicare itself is a perfect example of this cooperation and collaboration. Our government will continue to provide this critical leadership and has already taken the first steps by re-engaging with provinces and territories. Our healthcare system represents the best of Canadian federalism. It is flexible enough to respond to the different regional needs while protecting the national principles that Canadians hold dear. That is why I can say with absolute certainty, Madam Speaker, that our government has always defended Medicare and we will continue to do so. Canadians should have full confidence in our government's determination and ability to uphold the principles of Canada Health Act. Working with the provinces and territories, our goal is to ensure that Canadians continue to have access to high-quality care regardless of their ability to pay. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, I'm very happy to hear the Parliamentary Secretary say that the government adheres to the principles that I have discussed concerning the well-being of Canadians, but it's now that there are people in Quebec who are paying these ancillary fees. It's today that Quebecers don't have access to healthcare that they need because they don't have the means to pay those ancillary fees. I am very proud to be a member of the party that created public health care in Canada and which will continue to be its greatest defender. That's why we need to constantly call for improvements to the system. We need to act quickly. Yes, we need to collaborate with the provinces to fix this situation, but when it comes to ancillary fees in Quebec, this is something that we need to do very quickly because, and it's clear there are people who today don't have the means to pay those ancillary fees.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her important work and passionate on this file. Madam Speaker, our government recognizes and values the benefits of publicly funded healthcare system, which promotes equality by ensuring all eligible residents have access to healthcare services without direct charges, regardless of their economic situation. We recognize that access to medically necessary care is a high priority for all Canadians. We will continue to ensure Canadians have access to this care based on the need and not their ability to pay. Our government is re-engaging on healthcare. We are committed to negotiating a new health accord with our provinces and territories while also modernizing our Canadian healthcare system. Canadians can have full confidence in our government's determination and ability to hold Canada Health Act and its spirit. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.